Welcome to Laurence Plays Factorio, Space Exploration with Krastorio². The story so far, we found ourselves stranded on a strange planet inhabited by vicious insects. But undeterred, we plundered the planet of its resources. After lengthy construction, which was strangely harder than expected, we managed to build a rocket and leave the planet. An abandoned space station provided a nice starting point for our continued research. Specks in the sky became planets, with exotic materials to learn. Join us on Monday for the next chapter in our bid to grow the factory even further. The factory must grow.
Hello everyone, welcome to Laurence Plays, and it is a Monday, so it's time for some more Factorio, Space Exploration, and Krastorio². Yes, to whoever was home ape, yes, you have to wait for the stream to start before it becomes Factorio, I'm afraid. Before that, it's just sort of miscellaneous intro videos and things. So, right, what are we doing at the moment? Well, I had a quick look around in the videos, and it seems that the science is going pretty well. We've got Energy, Astro, and Material 1, 2, and 3 being made, and Bio 1 and 2. All of those are running quite nicely. And we're happily sciencing away over here. And so, I think the next thing for us to look at is going to be making sure that the resource supplies for all of these things are sufficient. Because I suspect there are a few of our outposts that are struggling a little bit. Like, for example, you see here that we seem to have run out of aeroframe scaffolds, although I think some of this was a wiring error. Let's fix that while I'm looking at it. So that turns out that I didn't connect my shopping list to my supply. Actually, let's connect that to there. There we go, and then probably disconnect from there because we're going to try and want to remove this at some point, but it's still connected in here. So now we should get the beryllium arriving again. We are also still short of the MD aeroframe scaffold, so let's tweak that as well while I think about it, and let's make that minus 4,000 instead of minus 2,000. Hopefully that will be enough to trigger the train. So yeah, there are a few things like that where we may or may not just about have enough. I mean, I know we're a little bit short of beryllium out on Talos, and that's going to need to be expanded, but it is now flowing at least at a rate, which is, as you can see here, sufficient to at least keep this machine running at full speed. Right, I don't know what the other guys are short of. I think I remember Mike being short of rare metals for some ungodly reason. Who knows why. And so, yeah, I think the first thing we're going to need to be doing is taking a look at all of our resource supplies. I have disabled Discord, have I? How have I done that? It doesn't think I have. Okay, apparently the other guys... Oh, my cam's... That's weird. So it is. Curious. But my microphone does seem to be working. Okay, let's turn the webcam off and turn it on again. Is that any better? Nope. I could try unplugging it, but that always usually leads to problems. That's quite a lot more problems than I was expecting. Okay, that seems to have fixed it. Everything. It looks like things are working here now. Can you guys hear me again? Oh, good. That's very strange. Right. Please excuse the technical difficulties. We shall be back as soon as we can. I've seen this problem before. So occasionally, Discord does this thing where it refuses to connect, and I'm not quite sure what causes it. Right, let's see. Yeah, so you're not going to be able to hear them either, which is problematic. Because I suppose it's a little bit problematic. Let's try restarting Discord, see if that helps. Hello, Persistent. Welcome. Welcome to Technical Difficulties with Laurence. So we are having currently having some audio issues where the other monkeys can't hear what I'm saying. So
we can.
Oh,
you
back.
can now.
Oh no!
Okay.
I mean, hello.
Hello. Right. Okay. So restarting Discord appears to have fixed things. So what was I? Where was I? Discord. OBS seemed to be working. Discord wasn't because I couldn't hear them either. So there we go. Right. Hello, everybody. Did I say that? I'm not quite sure. Anyway, so yes, things are... there we go. The train has now arrived with a load of coal and a load of aeroframe scaffolds. So now this is all working quite happily. We're passing those down there. This area is now probably mostly happy. We'll see whether we're actually making the beryllium plates quickly enough to keep up with demand. But it looks like... yeah, it looks like we are. The pipe down here is full, and the one going across here is backing up gradually. Okay, so that looks like it's all probably okay now. Yes, we're not those technical difficulties, although I did notice we do all have the same... we do have the same colour scheme, and apparently that makes me matte. So, yeah. The technical difficulties have clearly stolen my colour scheme, because I'm obviously the much bigger channel there. Right, that has completely thrown me from what I was doing. Oh yes, I was just talking about our resource problems. So over here, we have the opposite problem to usual, where we have... no, not here, sorry. Up here, we have too much of stuff, and that is a weird problem to have. So we got to the point where we had... at various different times during the video production, and bear in mind producing the videos can take sort of an hour or sometimes even more, depending on how long I think about things before I start making them. As you can see, we've now got all of these we've got too much rare metal still, which is entertaining because given that Mike hasn't got enough, and we seem to have enough iron as well. So those are both being turned straight into landfill, which feels wasteful, but on the other hand, c'est la vie, we've got too much of it. It's not that big of a deal. We've also got the other ones being fed in over here, plenty of core chunks coming in at the top. So we seem to, basically, in a nutshell, we seem to have plenty of resources at the moment, and nothing is jammed up right now. However, we did notice that we have more stone, and especially if we look over here instead, here? Somewhere around here we go, this one. We have far more glass than we know what to do with. So in the last stream, Tristan added in these warehouses up here to take the excess glass. But this one's full, this one's full, this one's half full, this one's empty. So we've taken up sort of 2/3 of the extra amount of space that we added in, and so this is going to be a problem again in the not too distant future. So we need to find a way of using up lots and lots of the glass. Now we have observed that we have a shortage of red circuits. This is a bit of a recap for the recap video, so which is a little bit of a nonsense, but never mind. And this is due to a lack of electronic components, which are coming from over here, and those take in both glass and silicon, which are both things that are made out of stone. So once we can get the what are we missing here? Why are you not running? You are not running because of lithium. Okay, so once the lithium starts flowing happily again properly, then we can get that fixed. Now, yes, I remember I fixed this in the recap video, but obviously not in real. We have a problem over here where the lithium is getting dropped off, yes, but it's also getting... but the train is then getting essentially stolen. So we need to get one of these. To be honest, blue is probably fast enough, and actually no, it's not. Let's upgrade this. So I want to make that to green, that to green, green, everything. And then I can upgrade this station to using green belts, and that means it will unload the trains much more quickly, which is nice. And then I can fiddle around with things. Oh yes, and then fiddle with the limits in this warehouse here, so that it'll just put in as much as we want. Also, I think I will take the limits in this one down to 0, like this, and then try and remove this storehouse later. So we're just unloading into this warehouse, and then the lithium can flow straight up from there, and that will allow us to empty this train very, very quickly, and then it can go on and actually just get on with things. So at the moment we are... why are you... what? So okay, this is not calling for a train at the moment. So I could tell the train to just get lost, and it would go around the loop again, and take the lithium off somewhere slightly more useful. But I think we might as well just unload into here as much as we can, and then go from there essentially. So this is the same problems that I was working through in the video, but now I in theory know what I'm doing because I've looked at it already. So I'm hoping that sooner or later the bots will come over and do that. However, Marc is currently dealing... I assume Marc is currently dealing with our stone excesses. It is Marc,
yes.
By paving this area over here, which is fair enough. It is a good way to get rid of quite a lot of spare stone. However, it does mean that the bots are all very, very busy, and therefore I don't know when we're going to get the ones over to...
well, there's still 8,000 bots available.
Oh, okay. Maybe they will come over and build up and upgrade my lithium station, or maybe it's just that Factorio can't count above 600 when it comes to bot stuff. I don't know. Oh, actually no. I take it back. No, here are the bots with all the stuff I need. So excellent. That's going to fix the lithium problem here. The train will then be released to come back down here to the lithium pickup station, which has lots and lots. You need 160 to fill a train. We've got double that, so we can send the train will come down here, grab all of that. That problem is going to be sorted. However, that reminds me of another problem we had, which is down here, where this when the lithium is satisfied, you then get all the chlorine that's been maintained in the system, then gets dumped back out as gas instead of as lithium chloride, and therefore that backs up. And so I need to put in a humunga tank in here, and then keep a bit of an eye on it and try and wire that in when we get a bit more chlorine through. Either that, or I just vent what's in the system. Either way, we need to get rid of some of this chlorine, and I'd rather do it this way around. Okay, let's have a look. While we're waiting for that to be placed, let's have a look at the to-do list, because one of the things on there is to remove requesting rail from the shopping list up here before we get even more brought up, because we don't need rail here anymore because it's being dealt with by Tristan somewhere else. So having 2,000 rail brought up here repeatedly is a bit of a nonsense. It just means it ends up getting dumped on whichever belt it is. And then we just stare at it, going, "Why have we got all this? Why have we got all this rail up here?" And at the moment, we seem to be okay, but there's probably been a load more put into the train down on Norvis. I don't know, but anyway, that's done for now. Unjam coal in core processing area. Well, it's flowing at the moment, so we'll see how that goes. We need more beryllium, but that's a big job, which I should get to in a moment. The considerations of what to do with electronics components, right? Whether we should Marc, did you say you were going to build an electronics component facility?
Yes, electronic components and plastic from coal are on my to-do list.
Excellent. Okay, good. And then once you've done that, it's probably going to be worth supplying the bus from there rather than building it on site. At the moment, I mean, to be honest, it doesn't really matter, but it's one of those things I feel like we should do for the sake of tidiness.
Well, the bus one is going to be less efficient and therefore using up more stone.
True. The idea horrifies me, but you're not wrong. Oh no, it's a piece of rail. Why is there a piece of rail? Oh, of course. Yes, one of the other problems I noticed is that we need a roboport over here. Oh, someone's done that one for me. Okay, cool, thank you. So now we'll get this bit of rail here and this bit of belt placed, and then we can start flowing through here. Eventually, once we get the red circuits up and running again, which will be soon because that's relying on the lithium, we'll deal with this as well. Right. 8,000 bots available. Yeah. We haven't been worrying too much about swarm safety because we've only really been using bots on Norvis, and Norvis has a robot fatality rate of 1, which isn't too bad. We don't seem to be losing too many. Also, we don't really use logistics bots. And are construction bots affected by bot attrition? I don't think they are, but I'm not certain. Okay, There we go. So we don't need to worry about swarm safety because we don't use logistics bots essentially. Yes, David is recommending putting productivity miners in the productivity modules in the miners to use up some of the glass. That is an interesting idea, which I think could well be worth doing. However, we need to get to the point where all of the things that are going to be feeding the productivity modules are available first. Although that said, actually, Tier 1 productivity modules could be used everywhere, and that would still be 15 glass everywhere in each time. So we have a lot of the Tier 1s available. We have all of the bits we need, although looking at this, that does also require electronic components, so we need to get that up. Although those are made on site from glass and silicon, and not lithium, plastic instead. So we could just start putting prod 1s in all of our mining drills. It would be an interesting idea. What do we think?
Yeah, do it. Make it prod 3s.
The prod 3s we aren't making at the moment because we don't have any red circuits. So
red circuits are kind of... Why don't we have any red circuits? Because you sort of talked about it in the videos. And
it was the lithium wasn't being delivered because because the lithium train was getting stolen by the lithium sulfur battery station, and then that was causing the electronic components to not be made, which was causing the red circuits to not be made. So I believe that is now fixed, but running through all of all the steps to try and get it working again properly. So there's a train waiting at a lithium drop station up there. Right, so that is unloading up here. Yes, lithium drop. and is unloading successfully. Good. So that seems to be working. We're dumping all out of that train, and that means we now have the lithium we need to make the electronic components. The problem is the electronics components are all getting hogged by, firstly, by making advanced solar panels, and then they're just actually not being built all that quickly, which is why Marc is building a facility to produce electronic components in larger numbers. But yeah, so it will eventually trickle down and start working, but it's going to take a while to get to that point yet. And to be honest, I strongly suspect that Marc's new electronic components facility might be up and running before this all filters through. At the very least, it's going to be useful to have the extra supply of them because it's not really sufficient. Yes. But eventually, having watched this, as I said, when I was making the videos and talking about it, eventually we do get sufficient electronic components. We eventually get enough of these solar panels that this warehouse fills up to the level we're filling it up to, which is 1 stack. It then flows back along here, fills up along here. We stop making the solar panels. The components fill up to here, and then we start passing them along here like this. In fact, we're at the point where a few are making it through. Then eventually this train fills up, which is currently at, there's 13,000, which makes it look like it's about... it's actually fairly close to being full. I could just... let's just dispatch this train, see where it goes. Yes, that's going to red circuits. So that will make us quite a lot of red circuits, and that it's not going to fix the problem, but it's going to give us at least a train. I reckon it's going to give us at least a trainload of red circuits. So let's have a look. They're called advanced circuits. Here we go. Advanced circuits take 2 electronic components to make 2, so it's a 1-to-1, and they stack up to, I don't know how many they stack up to. So we're probably, but we have a lot of productivity modules in the facility down here. In here, you see, so we're making plus 31% in this machine alone, but that's the only machine that's relevant here. So yeah, chucking this train in will produce a train. I think well, it might not produce a train's worth of red circuits actually. But there's already 140 stacks in here, so yeah, we'll get a train out. Goodness knows where it'll go. The game will decide all by itself by picking whichever drop-off point is the nearest one. And so we'll get some red circuits. They will go somewhere, and then we'll just keep stuff flowing, and hopefully eventually we'll get all the things we could possibly want. Go away. Can I have some frames back, please?
I just
we've
pasted a screen blueprint.
That would explain
okay. Right, so our resources over here. Copper is full. Iron is flowing because an iron train has arrived. Copper and rare metals are full at this point. So those, I mean, we're sort of okay. We are throwing away some copper, and some rare metals, but we're always throwing away rare metals. The big problem is going to happen when we realise. Well, we've now half filled this warehouse with landfill, so eventually that's going to be a problem too. But oh well. Oh, and here's a train coming to get some stone, so that's going to help. That's going to help quite a bit as well. So the thing is, a train is 160 stacks. A warehouse is 500. That means in order to completely empty the stockpile of stone we have here is only going to be 3 trains. We've now taken it down. The warehouse stockpile is now down to about 50%. So if anyone is still just wasting stone, don't do any more, because we seem to have a sensible amount of it at the moment. Yeah. I feel like I want to put in some coloured lights under here to give an indication of how much of each of these things we have. Do these all stack up to the same level? 50, 50, 50, 50.
So one
Norbit takes stuff from basically the raw ores and so on back down again.
Yep.
Is still actually in fairness that's.
Oh yeah, that's a problem.
Oh, now there's so my concern, I think, is that there's no actual storage other than the latent storage of
the
8
belts.
items per.
That's about a
belt
couple of
tile.
trains. It's a train or 2 for the entire belt.
Yeah.
But it
my concern.
It was very noticeably a problem in the video. Now, granted, there were problems over here in the unloading area that might have been leading to that.
Which I've been dealing with.
Which you've been dealing with, yeah. So we shall see how it goes as we get further into it. The train here is unloading, but it is struggling slightly to do so.
I've manually skipped my material science train over picking any resources, any ores from the top up. Well, I did because it got stuck twice.
It'll get stuck at the bottom.
The first two loops at the bottom,
Although-
it's done the
Oh, that
stream.
was right.
Got stuck.
Was that right at the start of the stream?
Oh yeah.
In Tristan's defence, the belts
Yeah.
are now empty, so there
Oh,
is
yeah,
room for
I've just
quote
seen that.
unquote
I
two
have,
trains worth to unload. I like the pretty effect of the belts inside the roundabout down here. It's very very pleasing.
I did deliberately make it actually symmetrical, even though there are parts where it didn't need to be because of
Yeah.
the signals.
Oh, I see. There's a couple of belts that could have been lower down, but never
Yeah.
mind. Cool.
That's not symmetrical. Look at the old Lawrence's stream. Oh yeah, rotational symmetry or mirror symmetry.
Mirror. Looks mirror symmetrical to me.
Bottom left, bottom right.
I was referring to the belts specifically.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I was looking
the belts
outside the
definitely
circle.
are
I was
top.
looking outside the circle. Sorry, yes.
I copy pasted the belts and then flipped it, so
Fair
I know
enough,
they're
fair
symmetrical.
Right. And so this is our downstream system where whenever one of these trains comes down, it'll unload everything, possibly including Mike. That'd be quite funny. Onto the belts, and they get taken down here, dumped into a train here, which then takes them over to the unloadery facility up here with the core mining, where they unload here into this sort of jam. And entertainingly, there's a couple of pieces of rail in here, which presumably are going to get filtered out. So
Yep.
there is presumably here we go. It's being taken out into this purple chest here. We've got the standard sortomatron where you take out each of the ores here and then drop out anything else up here. Lovely.
Yep. So I'm monitoring the material science train as it fills the buffers. I've tweaked a couple of the numbers because I realised it wasn't stack balanced properly. By that I mean it was requesting the same number of resources regardless of how much they stack to for each thing,
Okay.
which obviously meant it was being inefficient. So I've just fixed that.
We're backed up on coal. How soon can you use all that coal, Mark?
What do you want first? The electronic components or the?
I think
Cool.
given that
actually-
somebody is putting in Tristan is putting in a bypass facility here, I'd say go for the electronic
Yeah.
components first because we kind of need the red circuits for other things.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm working on.
Also, a train is taking it away now, so it is unblocking, but it presumably will block up again fairly soon.
My gut feel is there should be some sort of storage. Oh, we'll see how it happens. Let's
Yeah,
see.
we have a...
I'm
you
just-
mean at the train drop-off? Okay, I
Yeah, sorry,
I
yes,
on something else.
yeah.
Wow, look at the speed
There's,
these capsules are coming in at. 3 of
But
them dropping
once
in
we've
at
dealt
once.
with the backlog, it should be fine.
Yeah,
Should.
should. I'm also thinking about resilience. You know, something does start to go a bit off. How quickly does it recover from that?
I mean, if you look there at the moment, that is a train full that is currently moving down the belt.
Let's have a look.
Assuming no one dispatched a train early.
Yeah, okay,
So actually,
fair
I
enough.
think
That's
my
really
two-
not very much.
Yeah, 2 trains is an underestimate. It depends which.
Problem. So yeah. Yeah, okay, so that's a lot more than 2 trains. But that also really doesn't like that much in the way of resources.
Hmm.
I'm inclined to remove the left-hand 2 stations though, because I think they basically don't get used.
You almost need a thing in there that detects when the stations are backed up, or backing up, and then tells a train and then closes those stations. The problem is you can't detect it soon enough.
No,
trains
you
to be
need
able to
to.
unload.
Well, okay, yeah, you need to transmit that up to the top so that they don't load in the first place.
No, because we've got because we've got the 4 different stations it can unload from. But they always seem to go to the one on the right. I'm not quite sure why they go to the one on the right, given that's technically the furthest.
Oh,
But they do.
I think it's because they overshoot from the elevator.
Yeah, I was going to say, I suspect that's due to elevator pathing and how that works.
Oh right.
It gets pushed too far out of the elevator. which
Before it
didn't
thinks
realise
about
when
where
I-
it wants to go.
Yeah.
So it
So it
literally
has to
can't
do
use
it-
any of the other stations.
Yeah, it has
so
to at
it-
least end tiles before it can
I've seen
turn.
it use the 3. The third one from the right
Okay.
before.
So my thinking is that if reading the content of the belt sort of down here somewhere, then if there's anything on it, it closes that particular station, thereby forcing the train to go into the other station the next time one comes through.
I mean,
Okay, so that's
yeah.
This is now a trainload's worth of stuff on the belts, and that, I mean, by eye, looks like more than the previous lot. By eye. Oh, I'm confused.
It's fairly unevenly distributed across the belts, which is interesting. But I think that might
Which,
be actually. Oh, it's
yeah.
just further. It's just got further in at the bottom.
It's above the balancer.
Yeah.
Yes, above the balancer, so that'll be just however it comes out of the
Yeah.
loaders and the stations.
Yeah, it's one of those things where as long as it carries on working properly, we won't have any and doesn't jam and doesn't clog up. We won't have any problems. But
As long as it keeps working, we won't have any problems.
Exactly. Yes.
As long as there are no problems, there'll be no problems. I like the logic.
I mean, he's not wrong.
It's a sort of.
I know. I was surprised as well.
It's that brittle engineering I was talking about in a previous stream, where the system is very, it works nicely and is very, very efficient until something goes wrong. It was the nuclear fuel thing for loading the reactors, where as long as you don't run out of fuel, it'll work fantastically and be a really efficient way of doing it. But if you have an interruption, you can't get it started again because it will already have emptied. It's that
Sounds like my design.
It's that same sort of thing again, where if it's as long as there aren't any unexpected problems, it'll carry on. It'll work fine. But as soon as something goes a bit funny, it all breaks. Right, let's find out where the red circuits went, because I'm kind of curious. Did they come up? Oh yeah, they did.
Looking at the train, trying to work out why the front carriage finished loading a good 10 seconds before the rear carriage. Because that was really confusing. I just worked it out. Because the way that it happens to have distributed things out of the splitters in the warehouse that time, you had several green circuits with 200 items per stack in one, and explosives and coal with 50 per stack in the other.
Yeah, that can happen, which is a little bit weird.
So it means that one got full a lot faster than the other.
Yeah, that's one of the things I've had to try and take into account with my loader system for loading these trains.
Yeah, I mean, mine sort of just works. It just means that they fill it in terms of percentages on even rates.
Yeah.
Or percentage stack.
Or when you say it works, you mean it doesn't break in any ways other than the ones we've already talked about?
It doesn't break it at all. My system works. It's just
sometimes send empty trains.
Yeah, that's the one thing that it does that I prefer it not to do.
Right. So in theory, we have hopefully red circuits on the bus again, although I can't see them. Red. Here they are. Ah, okay, they've just made it onto the bus because there's so much belt to get them all the way down here, and the train's obviously only just arrived. So there we go. As I was saying earlier, we've now had the lithium has filtered through to get to the station to make the electronic components, and now therefore got to make the red circuits, and then now they've come onto the bus here to make the the air filters, among other things, and also we're starting to feed them up into space again. Hopefully, we are in the process. We will soon have another load of electronic components. How is the train doing? Less than half full. Okay, so we need Marc's new facility when that's online, and then once that's available, we'll be able to run this system down here a bit more solidly. And these look amazing when they're running. And then we should have all of the red circuits we need, and then maybe we'll have an excess. We'll be able to use up some of that excess of glass. Has it made any noticeable difference yet?
Okay, I have a blueprint, but I haven't tested it yet, so I'll just stand it down anyway.
You know what they say? There's no testing better than testing directly onto live.
Yep. Any place we wanted? Probably near the red things, right?
Yeah, I guess so, because that's one of the main things that uses them. It's going to be them and modules, but mostly them.
How big is it? Because there is an empty space now, because something got removed from it.
What used to be in there? Oh, green circuit production.
Yeah, fits nearly perfectly. Yeah, actually perfectly.
Nice.
You seem surprised.
Well, electronic components are pretty similar to green circuits, so it makes sense for it to fit nice and neatly. Right, how are we doing? Oh yeah, they're still waiting for the red circuits to happen. Right, we seem to have got through the initial crises. Interestingly, those warehouses that were put in to provide extra space to store coal are both functionally empty, which is quite impressive. So we are using the coal up fast enough now. I think maybe we just need slightly bigger buffers on all of these, at least the ones that are causing problems. And maybe even on the ones that aren't, so we don't keep just turning valuable things like copper into landfill.
Right, I need a new job.
You get sacked, did you?
Stuff's being damaged in Norbert. Excess deliveries, I assume.
The heck? Oh.
Did you see where?
Right. Yeah, I know what's going on. I know what's going on.
Oh, it's up there.
Mike doesn't want that much vulcanite.
Apparently not. Mike, do you just tell it not to never stop passing it over here?
Not quite. There is a
I've removed the disable on the belt so that it doesn't
It's
stop.
fine. It's fine. I
Not
fixed that.
because it was still damaging stuff.
Yeah, it's because it takes a moment for things to calm down again.
How are we doing over here? Right, we seem to be caught up on all of these supplies. That's nice.
Second hand doing this 1, 2, 3.
It's still going.
It should not be going anymore. But as you know, once things get loaded, they take a while to go. It's the problem with the delivery cannon model is that it just keeps going.
Yeah, the way to fix that is to put the control on the resource input rather than the capsule input. It means you don't get quite as quick a response when you want something, but it means you don't get the over deliveries. And so we've just been doing it wrong the whole way through.
Yep. You mean by using delivery capsules and not rockets?
No.
I even remember you do the doing the calculation, working out the rockets were technically cheaper per stack, and then but I don't want to use them, which is fine. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with adding a challenge.
I thought they were cheaper once you get to a certain
rockets get
research
you need to get it's about
you need to get to a
50%.
certain reusability, which I can't remember where we are in reusability.
Doopy recommends just checking things in production. Why not? There's no point in debugging earlier.
Yeah.
Right. So looking at
Astro people
3,
genuinely do that.
this seems to now be working quite well. We've got enough of all 4 types of memory card along here that I think that's now building up faster than it's being used because it's filled up all the way along here. We've got the tier 2 catalogues are backed up all the way to somewhere underground to about here, somewhere under here. So they're nearly caught up, and the tier 3s they're not nearly caught up, but they are being produced at the rate at which we were intending. I was sort of arbitrarily making them at, and that means over here we now have a train that is not very full. I could put in more catalogue tier 3 production. I'm not entirely sure it's worth it. Because we've probably got enough, but it can be relatively easily expanded later by just putting in more machines on the end of here, and then probably also requiring some more machines down here as well to keep the supplies up. Looking at this, we have most of these running, and we have most of these running, but only one of these ones running. So okay, so if I do try and expand it further, we're going to need potentially need more red dishes. Certainly need more of these. But that might be it. All right, let's make that run a bit faster then, because I feel like I want to be able to I want to feel like we're actually keeping up with the demand along here a little bit. So I'll put some more of these in along here, like this, I guess. And I think some more of these as well, because they're not going to be able to keep up with the extra demand. So I'll put in a few more of those like that. And there we go. That'll make that nice and quickly. The last dish is not powered. You're right, it's not. That's probably because the next one of these is supposed to be out here somewhere, but we don't have the Roboport range to make it so. I mean, I could just put it here for the time being. Let's do that. There we go. Nice easy fix. Thank you for pointing that out. I had completely not noticed that at all. I could put in another beacon along here somewhere. That's probably worthwhile. Where would it have to be? About here. Hang on a second. Oh no, that is just getting that one. Okay. So it needs to be about here. And that would get all of them. Yeah, let's do that. By first putting down some of this. Like so. And then these in like that. No, not like that. Like that. I can't remember what I said for the time being about, but yes, it will definitely be a temporary thing, a temporary sufficiency. But then that's all you can really do with Factorio, isn't it? You put in your machines, you get it working as fast as is necessary at that moment in time. Then later on you realise there isn't remotely enough production going on, and you try and expand it. So yeah. Why is this one running but these ones not? I don't really know. I don't see anything wrong with the output. Yeah, I don't know why that one's running but these ones aren't, but I'm not going to worry about it too much. Might need some more of these soon, though. Fortunately, there's room for that. Yeah, okay. Let's go back to my to-do list. Beryllium is still fairly high on that list of things I want more of. Electronics components we're dealing with. Outpost filter belts? Oh, yes, I know what that's for. Ah, there's a belt. There was a belt the wrong way around in the new memory card production. So down here somewhere, yes, that one should be like that. Oh yes, we need to bring up the liquids now to the space bus. Tristan, you were doing fluid trains. How are you getting on with it?
I think we might have enough rails down here now.
Okay, cool.
Yes, the rails are complete, so it should just be setting up the
fluid
trains
stations
at each end.
Oh, and yeah. Okay. So.
And I want to put in a stacker.
Right. Okay. Do we want to? What's this being brought in? Why is there a load of? Has someone been ripping up enormous areas of space scaffolding? Yes. Yep. Oh, I see. Mike is dismantling his train drop affair. Okay, no problem.
Well, yeah, that bit I was going to use. I did the calculations and put it where it now is.
Yeah. No, that's fine. I just saw lots and lots of bots flying around doing stuff, and I wanted to make sure that there wasn't something weird happening.
No, nothing weird happening. I'm happening.
Oh dear, we're all doomed.
We're doomed.
Doomed. Right, so are we going to have a fluid handover station up in space where we bring up things like lube and heavy oil and so forth and dump them into a station, then into another station to supply locally in space, so that we don't have to worry about... I assume
we just have a depot where we have the one petroleum gas train, sits there, and then goes to the petroleum gas station that enables itself because it needs some.
Oh, so petroleum gas train comes up to orbit and sits there until it's needed in a petroleum gas station in orbit. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
I think, given the mockery you've made of my material science area, which is the exchange station, you should only summon a train when you need petroleum gas, which then essentially you need petroleum gas. The one train then goes and picks it up, takes it to where it's needed, and then if the next thing you need is light oil, the same train goes and does that.
So basically, you want to recruit all of LTN.
Yep. Well, given the mockery that you've put towards my very functional material science system,
should we put the waiting area for those trains in next to Mike's material science handover area just to annoy him?
No, it's all right. Imitation is the most sincere form of flattery.
Irritation, do you say?
Yep.
Sounds about right.
We can just shunt all of Mike's stuff over to the left a bit, so that those
the trains
are at
don't
least
have to go as far. Yeah. We could repurpose his copper station for the lube, for example. That would work.
I do actually have. I think it's 3 spare stations in that set.
Oh yeah.
Although I might want one of those for heat shields.
They do already have trains in them, though, and they're the wrong sort of trains. So I don't think we'll be...
I mean, yeah, that's just me planning ahead.
If it wasn't for the fact that it was upset Mark, I would suggest putting them here. But that would potentially get in the way of his any expansion he needs for the thermal stuff.
Let's just extend Mike's handover area.
Just stick it there. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Or you could potentially bring a line sort of down here and go underneath. Although that might be a bit messy. Would you like me to space it out for you?
I think that would be a lot messy.
No,
especially the train to have to.
If I do that, that's the exact right spacing.
What do you mean by the exact right spacing?
It will be the same spacing as all of the other stations.
Because they don't need to be. They need to be space for a rail between them.
Yeah,
that's it.
They don't need to be remotely big.
You do it your way, and we'll call it good.
Chat mocks them mercilessly for it.
Today you can encounter the slightly weird sound of Mike deep throating his microphone.
Yeah, I don't know how that came through on stream.
Terribly.
Yeah,
that's a shame.
If it wasn't for the fact that it would cause the rails to cross over, which I was specifically trying to avoid, I would have the output cross over there and just have them in this area.
I'm happy with just extending Mike's train parking area. It just feels like a bit like an LTN depot, but wider.
It makes sense, and fundamentally the whole point of this bit up here is so that you've got a space to. Excuse me.
Yeah, it's somewhere to leave the trains when they're not needed. Yeah. And the reason we're not putting them in this area up here opposite it is because at some point Marc might need to expand some of these earlier parts of the bioprocessing. He probably won't need to expand them out this far, but we'd rather play it safe. So therefore, we're going to put them over here where it's where there's nothing's going to be trying to use that space. Because if we do ever need any more trains to be put along here, they can be put further and further and further out into deep space. Deep space. So yeah, it's an area that's already sort of earmarked to an extent.
Question is, do we need to refuel the trains there?
We might as well, since the supply of batteries is there.
Yeah, it can be a lot more compact if we don't.
Oh yeah, it's true. It'd be well, you could make it exactly the same by weaving the belts around each other a little bit.
Have you seen the start of the energy science where I've done that and it's horrible? Now, to be fair, I don't need the middle stuff, so that makes it simpler.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Oh, you've even alternated. That's quite neat. I hadn't thought of doing it like that. Not on the train system, Mike. No.
No. Okay. No worries. So it's just on the bus.
It's on the Roboport network. Do you need it for?
I need it for material science.
Oh. Okay.
Well, specifically, I need the fancy scaffolding for material science, which
that rings
delights me so much because it legitimately means that I can build it, and you're not allowed to complain because I actually need it. And then if I were to accidentally, on purpose, make that into a red warehouse that stores it rather than just a regular warehouse.
Normally, what I would say at this point is that I feel it's bad form to use stuff from the bus for science production because the bus isn't really intended to produce in the sort of quantities that science might need. In this particular case, it's probably fine, but I would say you're probably better off bringing in the steel and the low density structures and the heat shield tiles locally, and then building the scaffolding locally in the right quantities for what you need for your material sciencing.
Yeah, I'm just having a look down what I need. And the only thing I need that I haven't... I need like ion streams and particle streams, and...
Those are available on the train system.
Yeah, exactly. So there's the stuff like that, which is... but fine, whatever. The only thing that I need that I don't already have is... Actually, I need holmium plates, which I don't have yet. But it's space platform scaffolding, so the nice stuff. and that is, as you know, heavy girders, which I have, space platform scaffolding, which I do not have, and steel plates, which I do have. The space platform scaffolding is low-density structures, which I do not have, heat shielding, which I technically do not have yet, but I did plan ahead for that, and steel plate, which I have. Oh, LDS. Do I have LDS? No. Right. I'll need to finagle that in somehow.
Wow, the lithium production is, well, producing at a quite a rate. It's being used up at quite a rate. Oh, I think that's because we've got a load of buffers to fill for things like the red circuits down here. But this does imply that we now have lots and lots of everything. And look at this flow of red circuits coming through here. This is what we like to see. And we
Other
now
good
have
news: the
80,000,
ores
half a
are
train.
no longer backing up in orbit.
Good.
Recycled
That's
ores.
good.
And they're also then flowing in over here nicely. Yeah, they're flowing through nicely and reliably at the core processing area as well. So that seems to be sorted. We do.
Oh, someone's hogging all the pots.
We have a surplus of stone
Nice.
again, I note. Not a problem, but because we're turning it into landfill. But the stone is surplusing it once again. How is the glass supply? Because that's the other thing that's a concern. Where is it? It's over here somewhere. Yes, here we go. Glass pickup.
Okay, the first train load of electronic components is being picked up in a minute.
Nice.
Excellent. Yeah, the glass seems to be holding fairly steady, actually. Well, as he's getting gradually topped up, but it's gone from, I think, about 300 to 340 in the time we've been playing, which isn't too bad. I think some trains must have taken some away. So now hopefully, now I think we might be almost time to start putting the productivity modules out in those mines as we were discussing. Although we haven't had the red circuits come in for making prod 2s yet, so that area hasn't been satisfied with the red circuits. But now that Marc has got the electronic component assembly running down here, that is a tiny factory, but with those productivity modules and speed beacons, it's just producing huge amounts. Yeah,
4 bluebells.
You have to remember, Laurence, it's not the size, it's how you use it.
It's not the size, it's what comes out of it. I know. Yeah, it seems to be. Yeah, it's running nicely. I mean, it's now. Oh no, it's not. The warehouse is slowly emptying, but that's because it's filling a train up right now, and it's emptying slowly enough that I'm sure. But by the time the train goes away and comes back again, it'll be full again. So yeah, that looks great. Yes. So that should sort out all of our red circuit problems. So which recipe? Oh, we're using the plastic recipe, so we're using getting through a bit more glass. Okay, that's fine. That makes sense. Big enough to fill a pram. Very good, Daniel.
Yeah, can confirm.
Right, there we go. We can summon another train to come and get some more red circuits now, and just start trying to, actually catch up with all these things. Right, so yes, I think that problem is now fixed. We just need to wait for it to the effects to be passed on throughout all of the rest of the world. Right, lube to space bus, heavy oil, petroleum gas, and lube to space. Tristan's sort of working on those at the moment, I think. Space bus trains request a chair system. Oh yes, that was a thing. That was a thing I was doing last time. So over here we have this train here that gets all of the things that are required to be taken up to Norbit, and we've got for those sort of things, sort of building type things, we need to bring them in separately. So we've got this blue chest here that will request them from the Roboport system. So in order to go on, there's cables everywhere for this. Let's put in another pylon here. For now, in order to get that through, put it down here so it's a bit more out of the way. Let's put that there and get rid of that one. And then I want to come over here and copy. In fact, better way of doing this, let's just copy those two. Rather than copying their stats over, their settings over, let's just copy the entire things and drop them in here like that. We can then wire all of these together, because these are massive negative numbers. And the idea of this is it means we won't so that as the signal coming down from space requests, for example, 200 green tech cards, there's a 2 million there that ensures that number will always be below 0 when we feed it into this blue chest. And so then we can set the blue chest up to set its requests from the circuit conditions without it going absolutely nutso. So here I need to take this red cable from there to there and then down into this. And this signal is the one that's this is the signal that comes over from the dish, but is blocked to only be transmitted through when there is a train available. So it won't request things when they're already in the train and the train is just gone, in theory at least. So pass that into there. We then want to subtract all of these from it, which we can't do yet. I don't want to hook it up to that yet because will request stuff we don't want. I need these two combinators to arrive. Bots, here they come. Bots. So they'll drop in these two constant combinators. I can cable into those as well, and then up to this chest. Oh, I'm going to need to put in a roboport as well, apparently, because that isn't inside the orange zone. So we'll put that there. Then link up that. Is that correct? Is that all linked up? Yes, it is. So we can now apparently put some red cables in there because this bloody game, I swear. Set requests, and there's nothing being requested at the moment, apparently. That's sort of a good thing because it means we're in a good position here, where we aren't desperately waiting for anything. But it also makes it a little bit harder to test.
First new red circuit train is on the way into the main bus. Any different location we want to have it first?
I think the main bus does need them. It did get the one that was made from the previous train load of circuits. But I think the main bus, because that's supplying Norbit as well, I think it's probably a good idea to get this one filled up first, even if it does mean even if it is going to slow down some of the stuff like the modules. I think it's still worth having it come here until this one's full. Right, so we don't have any logistics requests at the moment. If I go back up to space, and say up here, I want to request. Let's request something silly that we don't actually have, just for testing purposes. Let's ask for a deep space supercomputer. So we'll have one of them, and now if I go back down to Norvis. Oh, it's this one isn't configured. You're right. This just needs to be a pass through. So you're quite right. Each times 1 output each. It's a very good point. So okay, now we have lots and lots of requests coming through here, including more train bits. What the hell? Why? Stop that. Just no. Why is it requesting more train parts? Are these just not being... Have we got some...
The last red warehouse doesn't appear to be connected.
That'll probably be why then. Let's fix that then.
That also that has loads of train parts in. I'll connect it since I'm looking at it.
Okay, thank you.
Done that.
That would explain why we have such ludicrous numbers of train bits up there. I might as well set this back to set requests because I can't do anything else about it. What is interesting about it, there's a load of tanks...
You could deconstruct it and reconstruct it.
True.
If you deconstruct it and then Control Z, once it's been removed, then all the bots will go and put everything back.
Okay, thank you. There are other extraneous requests in there as well. Like it's asking for 1,700 pumps, which seems a bit odd. You know,
pumps were in there as well. 1,700 pumps are in that last warehouse.
Right, let's link this to here and find out what else it's asking for. So, we are asking for 5,600 Tier 1 productivity modules.
Tier 1?
I think so. It's slightly hard to tell, but I'm pretty sure. There's some extra things need to be added in here. Let's... yeah, we need to not request ingots either. So let's add those into the not requests.
I wouldn't have thought we'd request tier 1 modules up here.
They're
Unless
needed for
someone
one of the
needs them for
science things,
science.
so maybe they're...
Okay. Never mind then.
But I think they're being brought in on a belt. They're not.
So they still need to... Oh.
We need to get tier 1 modules brought into this train system then, I guess. Because it'd be massively hypocritical of me to provide them by flying robot.
I think they are provided by train. Yes, there is a...
Okay, but they're not being
There's a
dropped off
train
on the
here.
bus, so I need to add that in.
Yeah.
1,200 steel chests. That seems excessive as well. And 500. It's ordering loads of warehouses. This is not right. I'm going to just get rid of that chest because this is all wrong. There's lots of stupid numbers on here. Like there's
700 warehouses are in the...
Oh wait,
the
hang on.
last-
I know what I've done wrong. I need to multiply that by -1. My fault. Right now.
Oh, you're requesting what we've got.
Yes.
Oh, that was never going to end well.
Fortunately, I realised and fixed it. But yeah, that was not good.
When you say you realised and fixed it, did you mean you read Doobly Smurf's comment pointing it out to you?
No, I didn't actually. Thank you, Doopy
Oh,
Smurf.
fair enough.
I hadn't seen that until after I spotted the problem myself. We're also asking for the other. I've now removed the chest completely until I sort this out, and I'm happy with it. So we're also doing the other types of tier 1 modules as well. So I'll remove those because those are also things that I think if they're being brought up, we should be doing it manually. Petroleum. Could you tell it to stop requesting petroleum gas barrels, please?
Yep.
Thank you.
Any barrels I see.
Or any barrels, yeah.
Heavy oil as well.
Roboports are on there. I think that's a good one though. And then there's a
40
supercomputer that I put in there. Feel free to please, if you can see the supercomputer, please just remove it again because I put that in for testing and when it wasn't actually required. Thank you. Right, so the only things that are actually being requested now are the advanced solar panels, logistics bots, and repair packs. All the rest is ridiculous, is excessively negative numbers.
Solar panel. For... Like this is for...
this is the Norbit bus train.
Yeah, but it's the blue chest stuff. So the fact that blue motors
yes.
should be being requested.
Oh yeah, the blue
matter.
motors have just started. Oh yeah, yes, they're being automatically removed. The blue motors are being fed in now as I look at it.
What's happening about bots and repair packs?
They don't seem to be being brought over. They're they are currently being requested, or at least they are on the list of things that will be requested if I put a blue chest in here.
Okay, yeah, I couldn't remember what you said, so I was just
Okay.
listing the things that are negative.
Fair enough. I think I'm reasonably happy with that now.
Red and green modules need to be provided,
Yeah.
but
What about the blue ones?
They're not
they're
currently needed, which is what they
Right.
are. Yeah, they are on the. They're in the
They are a
system.
thing that is used though, I believe.
Yeah.
Are they all? Are
So
all
they
of
are
those
needed,
being
but they're
used
not
for basic
currently
sciences? I thought it was only 2.
They're
of
going
them.
out onto the bus.
All 3.
I
Okay.
assume.
All right.
Blue, green, red. Yes.
Okay. All right. I shall. I guess I shall put in some more belts that'll bring them down and add it to the conglomeration. Fortunately,
Red and
there's
green
plenty
are
of
used
space
for the production and utility. I don't know what blue are used for. Give me a moment. Blue are used for the optimization data.
Okay.
So yes, they're all used.
Okay, cool. I guess that means I need to squeeze in another 3 stations along here somewhere. It's going to be fun. I'd say this area is pretty. The bus drop-off area is pretty full. However, we don't care about having any of these things on the actually on the bus as such.
Yeah, you could have another station area.
Yeah, it's just a question of where, because I still want to be able to feed onto those belts that are going in at the bottom of there. Going down here, I suppose.
Do they need to go in the bottom?
The system is already
go in
set
the
up
top?
like that. So I mean, in theory, we probably could weasel them into in the top, but I suspect that's going to be much harder. No, I think down there where I pinged is probably a good place to do it. Oh, it's not quite big enough. I was thinking I could have a row of vertical stations across there, but no, there isn't room between there and between the roundabout and the belts going across, which is a shame. I could put it in underneath the core mine, actually, going across this way.
You could have the belt, the track looping around there, splitting into multiple stations, and then looping round and rejoining.
I don't think I could.
Not where I pinged.
There isn't room for multiple stations above the.
You're after 3 stations, aren't you?
Yeah, but I also might as well future-proof it a little bit while I'm at it.
Yeah.
I think going out underneath the core miner, the row that I pinged, is probably the right place to do this, and just have the usual sort of unloadery system. I might rebuild it actually, just to see if, because now we're doing all of them with the sort of single warehouse design. I'm sure it can be a lot more compact than the ones we've got on the bus at the moment. Right, let's do that then. This is the. In, and also, for completeness, let's put in the in going. Oh, there's a roboport in the way. Never mind. So in, and then first station can come off here. How big does it need to be? It's going to be the same length as this. So the station needs to be that long, which is there. Then we curve around at the bottom, come back out again, and then we'll go yep, down like that. And the roboport's in the way again for leaving. But that's okay. We'll just and there's a station in the way. Fine, we'll do it like that. Not station, a signal in the way. Do it like that. Tristan's going to be very cross with me for having these weird shaped rails, but never mind.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I now need to put in the chain signals. So here, you're a chain, you're a chain, you're a chain, you're a chain, you're a regular, as a U.
It turns out if you copy a train and then it goes through the space elevator, it loses the copy.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's unexpected.
It'll be because it's a sort of it's a reference to the train rather than being the train itself that you've copied.
Yeah.
And so it stops being the same train. All the thing you're copying disappears.
In a way.
There we go. That should be fine. That's on the output there, and there's one on the way out there. Right. And let's add in this piece of rail as well, just for completeness. Okay, and then up here we will have we'll be unloading the train. So we'll use blues for this because greens is probably unnecessary. 2 outputs like that. Oh wait. Let's do that. Then I can put the warehouse for storing all of this here. Here. Then loading belts like that. Bloop, 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 bloop. I feel like in the interests of tidiness, I should put that one there and that one there. Let's do that. Interest of tidiness and consistency between the different wagons. Let's unload them all from the top, except this one, which will unload from the bottom. It saves on blue belts as well a little bit, which is, I mean, blue belts aren't cheap. At this stage of the game, granted, they're not particularly expensive either, but, you know, might as well be frugal. And we're going to put them in on... Oh, it doesn't really matter which row we put them in on. Might as well be this one because it's the nearest. So I'll need a bunch more landfill coming down here, like that. And we can't do anything else until that's built, apart from come down here, and no, not you. Come down here and then start bringing up a blue belt from here like this. What's going to be in the way? No, nothing. Okay. Something's going to have fun getting over this bit of this long part here. We'll just have to shift everything across a little bit when it gets to that point. Okay, one station done, and this is it's cool. Called dash for now. There we go. Now I can copy this up repeatedly without causing any problems. I will get rid of these pylons down the middle of here though, because they're going to be in the way of the next station. But the rest, this can then just be copied from there to. Oh. Copy that now without the extra bit of track at the top. That's going to cause me problems. I can cuddle them in nice and close like that because this is just going to be a drop off. We may put in more drop offs, more emptiers from the warehouses, but that's for the future. Well, I can put in how many is that? 5 before I start to run into problems with this roboport down here, which will probably get removed. Or at least shifted. In fact, let's do that now. Let's take that, put it down here next to that one. And then I can remove these as well. In theory, I should probably put in I should put in a refuelery here, shouldn't I, to be good. But there's easily room for that to be passed through, I think. Right, there we go, lots of stations. And then along here, we'll just underground that. Should have made these part of the blueprint, but never mind. That's 2. And then a third one, and that'll be all 3 of the different types of modules that we're bringing over. Oh, no, that one, right. And these all come up here, underneath that, and then I decided this row, so I'll bring that across there. That's the first one. Second one. Third one. There we go. Oh, yeah, I should have made the wiring part of the blueprint, you're right. Oh, well, I can copy it over as necessary. Why have we got a glass flashing? Is that Tristan making a... Oh, bus stations, okay.
Yeah, I need to deal with that. The train was out of fuel momentarily, but it's not anymore.
Oh...
So I'm assuming someone's done. Oh, there we go. It's appeared again. Unmured.
Who did Njord?
Me.
So I'm going to need to get a cable from here down to the station, which is slightly annoying. It would have been convenient if the, in hindsight, if I built this the other way up, so that the stations and the stations and the warehouses would have been adjacent. But too late to regret that now. So I think I need to put these all the way along here next to the stations for signal passing.
Just out of curiosity, and this is genuinely pure curiosity with no sort of meaningfulness, what's that there for? That little space scaffolding bridge?
The batteries.
Oh, so you're not going to stick with Mike's pattern of just bringing them up every... Oh, you can't, because there's... Well, you could, but...
Well, yeah, you could. I mean, that's the function of this spur here, is it runs along and services
all of them.
batteries too, and removes discharge batteries
Yeah, I
from
suppose
every train.
I could alternate.
Yeah, I mean, it's up to you. Yeah, you do how you want to do. I'm just sort of sat there looking at it going...
Basically, I didn't
You've
look
only
at your
got-
design. I just went, oh, look, there's batteries there.
Yeah,
let's grab
Next time
them.
if I need to.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, as I say, you do you. I'm only judging slightly.
Wow. New record.
And I'm in a magnanimous... I've got my first day of work tomorrow, so I'm trying to be calm and zen. I'm going to have several thousand emails to read.
Oh. Oh dear. Grumble.
That's-
This belt system didn't come quite down quite as far as I thought it would. So the bottom two not so much, but then the next three are all okay, because that one, yeah, that one gets taken up there. This one there, and then this one there. Okay, so let's shift all this up a bit. Sigh. Why is this incomplete? I blame myself, to be honest. There we go.
What side's train gone? Oh, there it is.
So now I'll put them onto the top three belts along there. The bottom two can be used for something else that's taken along to further down the line, rather than onto the into the space bus. Yeah, space bus. So let's start actually piping these through correctly.
Eventually run out of stone on the bus for the upgrade of the station.
Oh right.
So this will request a bunch of stone in a minute, which is good.
Yeah, I think we're down to sort of sensible amounts of stone now. Or at least we were last time I looked. So let's have another look while I'm talking about it and thinking about it. The warehouse on the core mining is mostly full again. It's only 30 stacks from full and filling up pretty quickly. 20 stacks from full. Yeah. So yes, please do. Right, so until the as pointed out, I should have made the wiring part of the blueprints as well, because I'm going to have to do all that manually now, or drop it in and then copy paste it. Let's do that instead, it'd be quicker and easier. But we're still waiting for all of the pylons to be delivered, so it's going to be a little while until I can do that. Up at the other end, what's going on up here? So I've got this belt is this one. So we can make this into this one into modules. We'll do blue modules first. If blue modules is less than 0, pass through. We don't need any blue modules at the moment. The second one is this belt, which is this. That's the same one as the first one. What did I do wrong there? This was supposed to be the first one. It comes up here. Yeah, that's right. And the second one is this one, which comes up. How am I repeat this one? Oh, yeah, goes under there, then comes up here. Right, I know what I was doing wrong. I see where I was being dumb. So we'll make those red, because that's second in the list. And then finally, top one comes across here, goes into this splitter, which means it comes up this one. So that can then be the green modules.
Laurence.
Hello.
Once you're at the point of sorting out trains for them, can you nick the trains from over by the rocket?
Okay.
They'll have the pickup station already set up, but you can just steal the stuff from where it drops it off, because they obviously won't be needed anymore.
Yes, that makes sense. Speed. There's no speed module 1 drop off. Speed module 1 drop. Oh, it took a while for those to arrive.
Buses immediately requested 4 trains of stone.
Productivity mod 1 drop. Oh wait, I shouldn't do this straight away. I should wait until I've got the I need to program it first. Oh, yeah. I need to set train limits
we have
on these,
insufficient
don't I?
power
What? So we do.
on Norvis.
Sorry, say again.
Oh, we're fine
It's
now.
it's all going into the electrolysis plants. There's a gigawatt and a half going into the electrolysis plants for that's making all that lithium. Might have gone a bit nuts
Jeez.
there.
Oh, because it's colossal numbers of speed modules.
Yeah, basically.
Might need a bit more solar in orbit.
Yes. That's fine. We're going to set the train limits with these combinators in a minute. So we'll say if less than m, then call a train. Then set L to 1, and then that'll summon a train. So yeah, that's that. I do need to program those up, but I'll do it in a moment. Once I've got all the wiring in place and I can copy it all the way across, and then just tweak things to make it work properly.
These moments of lag are me placing more solar,
Oh right.
or placing the
Okay.
In orbit,
the
presumably.
scaffolding for it.
Right, okay,
yeah.
yeah. Exactly. We're working very hard on the endless span of area of solar panels. Ooh, that took a long time for the menu to load. Oh, it's going up the top here, right? So yes, there's this area here will be covered in solar panels as well, and therefore we'll have even more of them. And yes, then there will
possibly should have gone for down here actually. Never mind.
I think up is probably better, just because it's expanding further away from an area where we might possibly do things in the future.
It is where we were thinking of putting the spaceport.
True, but I guess that can just go a little bit further away.
Yeah.
Mm.
We can put that out in deep space. It'll be fine.
Yeah, at least with solar, if we decide we want to put it we want to add to it somewhere else, then we can. It doesn't have to all be contiguous. It looks neat if it's contiguous, because then you can say, look at my massive solar field, but it doesn't have to be. Right, so we need to link that warehouse to this combinator and the combinator to the station, like that. Is that everything I need for one of these stations? I'm pretty sure it is, so let's copy that again. We'll take that much of it, and then along here I can go bloop. Of course, that hasn't worked because the game will only place the cables if there's new stuff to attach them to. So I can do this along here, and we'll get the what do you call it? So get the combinators put in, and the cables that run to the combinators will be added as well. But I still need to then either demolish a load of stuff, or what I think will be easier is just do that. Bong, just like that. And then along here, we'll probably find I've overwritten all of the names of these stations. Yes, we have. I think, yes, this is speed module 1 drop. So here we want to program in to say if speed module 1 is less than 2000, say, then output 1L. And I should have done this manually as well. Like that. I took it to copy it like this. This one's going to be productivity module, and then this is going to be productivity module 1 drop. Productivity module 1 drop, like that. And there should be efficiency module 1, and you should be called efficiency module 1 drop. Oh, and I didn't. Did I set these? Set train limit 12. Yes, I did. These are set. Good. So those should now work. And we should have, yes, we now have a train limit of 1 because we don't have any of those modules there. Along here, these should be set to be called dash. There we go. Copy, paste, 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 paste. And also, I'll program these things up as well, just because I might as well. That way they're all more or less ready to go when I realise I need something else down here. Right. So Tristan then asked me to use the trains from up here. So you are going to be going. You don't need to go to rocket buffer. You don't need to go to stuff to novice orbit or rocket. No, no, no. Speed module 1 pickup, and then go to speed module 1 drop until empty, like that. And then same with this one. Go to productivity. Productivity module 1 drop. Don't go there, or there, or there. Productivity 1 drop until empty. You are efficiency module 1, although you seem to be empty, so that's fine. Then go to efficiency module 1 drop. Efficiency module 1 drop, that one, until empty. I need to go to efficiency module 1 pickup, but that doesn't exist, or is full. Okay, why do we not have a? Why is efficiency module 1 pickup not working? That would be up here. Efficiency module 1 pickup should be fine. It looks like it's fine. It's certainly got suitable amounts of input. It's a bad design of station, sure, but oh, this is broken as well. So that's 3s. I don't care about them right now. What's wrong with you? You have a train limit of 0. Okay, your train limit is set to L. You're watching an input here. You've got 8,000 coming in, and you're set to if greater. It's stopping at 8,000, but if it's saying greater than 8,000, okay, greater than or equal to 8,000. Then we've got train limit of 1. That train's trying to go. Oh, I was going to say we have a train jam. We don't have a train jam, but we have some congestion. That's not so serious. Well, this is probably going to get through quite a lot of glass. Do you use glass to make efficiency 1s? I don't really know. No, but you do use electronic components. So that'll get through a load of electronic components and green circuits.
The other train has gone to get efficiency 1s.
Yes, so yeah, I saw that.
Are you in a hurry for it?
No, not particularly.
Okay.
I know. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. That's been broken for a very, very long time, I suspect. Also, we've got the too many warehouses thing going on here. I might redesign these stations once the trainers arrived and emptied them. So let's turn that belt round so that we don't load any more in. Virtually all of that is going to go into this train, I think.
Do we need sulfuric acid in orbit? I think we do.
Yes, it's needed for the for making cryonite slush.
I think that was one that wasn't listed in the.
I think I might be making that on site because it's just water, which we have in the form of ice, and sulfur and iron.
We'll have water in the form of water as well.
What's the thought? I don't know how to feel about that.
Well, water's being sent up there in a train, so it will be available.
Okay. Yeah, I guess yes. Why not? I suppose. Yeah, might as well load it as water.
I suppose the reason to make it on Norbit is for productivity, which we're not doing.
Damn it. I'm going to call another train to manually empty this station because I want to demolish it and rebuild it in the new style. Yeah, I did make an acid station up in Norbit. It was, or I did make. Blimey, I did do acid over here. So we've got we've got sulfuric acid pickup station. No, drop. How is that? Yeah, we are dropping. There is a drop-off station here for sulfuric acid. I don't know where it's getting it from though. Oh, it's being it's being made on the here. This is where it's coming from.
Oh yes.
So yeah, we are making it in space.
I think I made that.
Yeah, I think so too. Yes, you did. I mean, it works. We're making the acid there. We can carry on. Don't care too much.
We can switch it over at some point if we decide we want to.
Yeah, and if we're making it with productivity modules on Norvis, then it's going to be slightly better to bring it up. But yeah, okay, and there's no point really at this stage. No God says we should sell ad space in the solar field. Just write like and subscribe in big letters across it or something, perhaps.
That's a reasonable thing to do, I'd say.
I'd say, he says. Right, this train is still on its way over here, and when it arrives, it will, yes, it will easily empty the station, and I can then, as I say, tweak it, modify it, get it a bit more. Oh, I dread to imagine what the builds would be like if you're playing Factorio on acid. Right, there we go. So now we've emptied the station. That means I can demolish all of this bit up the middle here. All of these. All of these. And there. Oh, and that. And that. And then... And then... Put in two of them. Two of them. Some blue belt going across to here. And down like that. And up like that. Down. Up. Across that. Right. And then, oh yes, and then these across the bottom. That'd be a good idea, wouldn't it? To actually, you know, load the trains. There we go. Simple as that. Then once that's built, I can then set all this up to start working again. So that can be put back like that again. We can run this backwards to get these back into the station. Flip that round. Flip that round. And then backwards as well. Oh yeah, I need to get rid of this bit as well because I don't need that or that. And then as the bots come out and do the rest of the building, we'll have this will be up and working again nicely. Okay, we've got this train here. So you pick up one drop. Why is productivity module 1 drop not requesting a train? I'll go and have a look for that in a moment. In fact, let's do that now while we're waiting for this to finish. So down here, I requested. Oh, okay, because it's happened. A train has been and dropped them off, and now everything is both hunky and dory. So good. The system worked here. Let's see. Has it fed them up to the rocket in the correct way? They've come up the belts here, and they have been stopped because some have been let through. Some of the red ones have been let through. The blue ones haven't. So I think that means it's probably working. Yeah, that is set to blue. That's set to red. That seems to be working. We've got some reds in here because we were short of them. Yeah, that seems to be working. Excellent. It's just the efficiency ones that were a bit dodged because the station wasn't set to call trains properly. Alright, bits and pieces are starting to arrive here. All of these are the wrong way around. I'll turn them around now because I'm not sure if they will get turned automatically by the bots as they're placed, but I'd like to make sure it actually works. In theory, I should probably go through all the rest of these and switch them over as well, but that's easier said than done because the stations are all a bit full. Where are the other ones getting picked up? Other module ones? Okay, speed module ones are being picked up from over here. Fair enough. And I guess the other ones, and that's refueling. Efficiency 1, prod 3. Oh, prod 1. Yeah, okay, that is all of them. Alright. Very nearly there, just one piece of belt missing. And now, finally, I need to get the cables out and go boink, 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 like that. And to link that back up again. And this also needs to fill up to the point where it can support an entire train coming to get some. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and a few more for luck. So now this will fill up, and it can eventually call a train. Good. This is going to take a little while. We've got them coming in at 1 red belt and coming out at 4 blue belts, but that's fine. What are you going to do? We have a nice supply of them up here. We have, and there's not an entire warehouse full of them up here, but they are being made at a nice fast rate because possibly because Mike overspec'd this a little bit initially. But you know what? I'm not complaining about that. Having lots of these modules being made is a good thing. Right. Okay. Good. So we've now got. We've basically got all of the modules now being fed over to the railway system. I think that means we're probably good with that. Is there anything else on here I'm supposed to be doing? bus trains requester chest system. This all flowed from me setting up the requester chest for the for the space bus, which I believe now should be working. If we order any sort of weird stuff, that should be brought over by the bots. Lithium fixed that. Upgraded. Yep, done that. Storage buildings from lithium sulfur did that. Yep, did that. Sort out beryllium for Astro catalogs done. For Astro catalog. Oh yes, done that. Chlorine storage and lithium area done that. Should set the iron delivery cannons on other planets to target the Norvis bus instead of the smeltery, because Tristan's only done a couple of those. That's probably a good idea. Oh, where is the vulcanite for the Norbit bus? Let's have a look at that, because I remember that being a weird one. So over here, there's supposed to be a steady stream of vulcanite coming in, dropping into this delivery cannon chest here. In fact, there is some in here. Wait, what? Why? Oh, okay. What? Why? All of my what? No. Something very strange is going on up here.
You seem confused. A train's arrived, and it appears to be dropping stuff off in a sorted manner.
Oh no, that's fine. I don't have any problem with that. That I'm used to. It's this delivery cannon chest here that isn't linked up to the system. I must have broken its belts when I was pulling other stuff up earlier, but I don't think I did. I'd like to think I would have noticed that, but I mean, it's possible I wouldn't have done that.
Yes, I'm sure you would have done.
No, it's been a problem, but I think it's been a problem for longer than that. So I'm not sure. However, notably, there is also a box full of 504 logistics bots up here as well, rather than putting them into a.
I swear those loaders were pointing one each way a second ago.
They were. I've just decided,
okay.
Let's take that. Oh, what? Huh?
You've got the logistics request. You just like piping them into the.
Yeah, I have. But why? Stop that. Why is that requesting 500? What is going on? Why are there logistics bots being requested? Oh, right. There's a box down here that's requesting them to put them into the system here. I don't know why there was a blue chest up here that was asking for them though. That's the strange part. Okay, well we'll just pipe them back from here. Once these belts get put in, we'll just pipe them back into the storage system, and they can be pulled out as required. That'll be why we were requesting some from Norvis, maybe? I don't know.
There will come a day when I look at these builds and understand what is going on. Today
is not that day.
Actually, in fairness, I'm not convinced there ever will come a day when I look at some of these builds and understand what's going on.
I'm also slightly curious as to why these two pieces of belt are not being placed, given that the three I just put in here were done almost immediately.
If I could encourage you to look at map view, you will see all of the bots are busy.
Yes, but then these three that I put in just afterwards were done almost immediately.
That I can't.
There are 2,000 construction bots available. So
we've given them 2001 things to do.
No, there are 2,000 available, not in total.
Oh, sorry, beg pardon. Available.
Oh, I was about to fly over and do it myself in a sort of fine, I'll do it myself Thanos kind of way. Then the bots finally did it. So a watch bot does apparently boil eventually. Right. So now we can first we'll take all 500 bots out of here and pass them through this delivery cannon chest. But eventually, there we go. Now we can start dumping out these immersite crystals and then this immersium plate. And then eventually we'll get down to all of this vulcanite. So all this vulcanite here has been being carefully stockpiled in order to be made into production science. But for some reason, has then just been being held in this chest rather than put anywhere useful. And we're getting more immersium crystals being delivered because reasons. Okay. And the plate, getting through the plate, and more crystals being brought through as well. Please stop. The problem here, of course, is that when any stuff is on limbo on passing through on this belt, it gets counted again, and therefore, or uncounted, and therefore more gets sent over. But I think we're at the point where that's not going to happen too much more. Maybe we aren't at the point where that's not going to happen too much more. I don't know. I'm actually quite surprised we didn't have any explosions from this, because this, at least once I started, this was very, very close to full, and once I started putting the bots in here, it was actually genuinely completely full. So yeah.
Presumably it'd been sitting there and sorted itself out.
It had been sitting there very,
balanced.
very nearly full, and when it
Yeah.
just happened that the numbers were such that it wasn't actually causing explosions, and we were very, very lucky. No, I can't sort it. So to put the vulcanite for next. Oh, it goes a lot. Unloads the piles of iridium ingots a lot faster than it unloads anything else, though, because those only stack up to 20. It's these vulcanite and cryonite that stack all the way up to 200 that's causing this to take a little while to empty. Anyway, the process is now working again. We will hopefully have resources sooner or later. There we go. Look, we've got cryonite again. Lovely. That'll be very much appreciated. At some point in the future, we will probably eventually start to have vulcanite again, but it's a bit of passing stuff through going on at the moment. There's also probably quite a lot of stuff in this warehouse. Yes, there is. There's a lot of stuff in here that needs to be passed through because a train came in at about the same time, and so we have a load of these low density structures and heat shield tiles as well. But you know, it'll all get passed through eventually. We've got 6 inserters running over here and 1 belt feeding in, and I think the inserters are about twice as fast as the belt, so that's going to be okay. I'm also going to get rid of this because I still don't know what that was for, and it sort of bothers me. So I'm going to get rid of it like that. Okay. Oh, saving. So now we're getting the vulcanite through. That is useful and valuable, and is being passed on very, very quickly, which is kind of pleasing. It's a bit of a stack in these situations because the first in is also the last out, especially when it's. Actually, I'm not sure why it's passing the vulcanite through and not these things down here. It is though, and that's sort of notable. We're going to be having a lot of vulcanite and cryonite coming in, I suspect, because I noticed the belts down here. The cryonite has just flowed straight through and out of the warehouse back onto the belt again. So we're going to be asking for more of it. So as soon as Tristan is producing some, we'll probably get that delivered. The vulcanite as well, probably. We have the supply of it going out onto the belt here. That'll run then along here, and eventually we'll get to here, where we will be able to start making these blooming production science packs again. I feel like it's been forever since we were making these reliably for one reason or another. And at one point it was the iron ingots weren't being brought up, and then now it's the vulcanite, and we had issues with coolant over here as well, and therefore with the machine learning data. So this area, despite being the second science I set up in space, has actually caused quite a lot of aggro recently, just due to lack of supplies coming through. But now we actually have the vulcanite. Here it comes. Bum, 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 bum. And it's also needed down here in smaller quantities as well, it looks like. But anyway, yes, here it comes now. Nice steady stream flowing up here. And very soon, I am kind of watching this just because I want to make sure these machines do actually kick in again. Because I'm kind of paranoid. I'd like to make sure it is actually working and it's not, and that there isn't another problem that I haven't spotted yet. Because if we are having problems with science, it's most likely to be because we're running out of production science. Historically, that's been a very, very common problem for us to have. And recently it seems to be as well. So there we go. It is working now, though. The other question is how well is this plasma stream going to hold up? And so far, very well indeed. But I think I'm going to have to come back and have a look at that, because there's going to be a lot of plasma in all of these. So these numbers, yeah, we can see this number is dropping, which tells me we are probably not making plasma fast enough to keep up with the rate it's being used. But only some of the machines have kicked in so far. Some of the ones up here haven't actually started being drained yet. So maybe it'll be okay. We shall see. A spaghetti-only run. No main bus, no trains, no mods to substitute the bus. That could be interesting. I think the problem is, though, I think I would struggle to not make a main bus. Even if I wasn't really meaning to, it would just sort of happen. I like the idea, though. I also think I need to make these machines run faster because, we don't need low electricity usage on these. Let's switch these supercomputers over to speed moduled to get a bit more stuff through, because as you can see, this machine learning data disappearing pretty quickly. So module insert. How do I? I need one of these. I need to edit it. Super duper computer is that one, and we would like to speed that to speed of 3, please. Well, speed of 6, because there's 2 of them. I don't know. And then I can module insert Oh, wait. Oh, that's how that works. I don't use module inserter often enough, so I just completely forget how it works. Yes, use this button up here to program it, and then you just grab it from down here and drag it over everything. So you don't actually need one of these in here at all. Go away. Yes. You go away as well. Oh, they're just recharging on the way up. Okay, so that'll put those up to speed modules, because this is actually no, it is going to cause a problem soon because we are pulling them in for both of these. Right, but this is now generally working. We've got the productivity modules are now being brought up by the train, so hopefully that won't be a problem again. Same with the iron ingots. Ooh, I haven't put steel ingots on the please do not request list, I don't think. So let's see, back down here again. Here.
I'm about to place a blueprint, by the way.
Okay. They should also have steel ingots. Minus a million. We've got rare metals in there. I don't see rare metals in the list. Rare metals. And in theory, we should have everything that's coming in on these belts down here on the list up here. So we've got, well, there's the batteries. Yes, I have seen those. Gold tech cards. Yes. What are you? What are you supposed to be? Nothing. Okay. Electronic components. That's a pylon. No electronic components. I don't think there are any of these really on the in the logistics network, but I don't really want to have them being shipped around by robots. So let's do that. Motors surely are. They'll be one of the first things I put in. Yes, they are. They're all 4 types of motors. Blue science, yes. Green science, yes. Red science, yes. Grey science.
Laurence.
Yes.
Earlier you said you had a system running for requesting random stuff from orbit.
No. I've got the other way round. Requesting random stuff to be taken up to orbit. Tristan has a system for accepting stuff that is brought down from North. Oh, actually, Tristan, your system for bringing stuff down, like rail and stuff. Do you have a signal set that's taking that up?
No, because we're not going to be building massive amounts of rail.
Right. Okay. So
no, but we want pylons and higher class modules and I don't know.
There is a requester chest there that can be used for that sort of thing.
Ah, I see. Okay. So that can be done manually at the moment, but yeah, that would be worth automating. Yes.
A signal can be put on that chest.
Hmm.
Hmm.
In fact, I'm going to put.
That's not very user friendly.
Yes, it hasn't been implemented yet.
There have been slightly higher priorities. I'm putting in a second chest so that there is still a manual one if that one is set up.
Yeah, I'll just use the more expensive pylons.
Concrete? Where's concrete in this game?
Bottom right?
I meant in the menu, in the signals menu.
First.
Yeah,
First
it is,
page?
but for some reason I couldn't find it. Thank you. I thought it was probably there from previous WAS names, but I just couldn't find it, and I don't know why not. Wow, we are getting through a lot of stuff up in Norbit at the moment. The train seems to be running pretty solidly, but then, I mean, that's what it's there for. I don't have any reason to believe that things are going through that shouldn't be going through. It's just there's lots of things that apparently should be going through. I'm amused by the pattern here. So we've got the low density structure and the heat shield tiles being merged onto this belt and then split out, interestingly, over here by this splitter. And then, of course, same sort of thing up here, but more spread out. And, yeah. Oh, train's nearly full. Blub, 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 blub. And there it goes. And then these
So we have water, light oil, heavy oil, lube, and petroleum gas in trains in Norbit. Currently, only the light oil is actually being sent anywhere.
Okay.
But-
Lube is needed on the space bus. I'll implement that now since I've got to finish what I more or less finished what I was doing. Let's actually, before I do that, let's just get me distracted. Yes, there is a lube station already, which is having it delivered by delivery cannon. That probably wants to be turned into a drop-off station rather than a pickup station, I suspect, because I imagine it's there because it's being used. There's a robot here trying to get rid of some wood, but it doesn't know how. Are the chests of shame full?
Is it outside the right sort of Roboport area?
The chests of shame are not full. Probably then. I've lost it.
I think that can upset it.
There it is. It's in a green, so and it's a construction bot, so it should be all right.
Yeah, that's been stuck there for some time now.
It should be fine. I don't know why it's not happy. Yeah, don't know. Don't care enough
I'll
to fix
fly
it.
over there and pick it up.
Okay, thank you. What was I looking? Oh yes, it was the modules I was looking at. So we've got the efficiency modules are being dropped off. Okay, so we're gradually waiting for this train to fill up, and it is nearly there. 38 out of 40. We've got the sort of the favoritism between the belts thing going on, I suspect, but that doesn't really matter in the long run. But eventually this train will fill up and then go off to wherever it needs to go. Have we had a train come through yet, or is that the one that's just still filling up? No, we have not had a train come through with those efficiency modules. Okay. That's going to be a lot of modules on the belt along there, but never mind. It's using up some of those resources that we've got too many of. Oh, wow. The train is back and filling up again already. Jeez. Has someone... Oh, yeah. We've got people doing... Yes, Tristan's doing that massive expansion of... and that means lots and lots of space scaffolding. And that means lots of heat shield tiles and low-density structures. So that's why there's so much flowing through at the moment. Okay. I mean, that's fine. I feel like if I understand why everything is running, then I don't mind. It's when a system is running flat out and you can't really be sure why that it's a little bit worrying. But no, there's good reasons here. So I'm pretty happy with that. Okay, what was I about to... Oh, yes, I was about to put in a lube train, wasn't I? So that would be up. Not here, here.
There is a lube train already.
Okay, I was going to put in a lube station then.
Okay, yes.
So that needs to go, because we're not bringing in steel like that anymore. And let's get rid of that as well, for the same reason.
Yeah, if you just call it lube drop, it should work.
Cool. As a note, having just got rid of a steel station, it occurs to me that we are still going to be producing at least a little bit of steel in the recycling area, because if nobody else, Mike at the very least is putting dirty cosmic water into barrels and sending them over here to be deconstructed. So there is going to be a little bit of steel being produced. Now currently the train is only half full, so I think it's going to be a long time until that becomes a problem. But eventually we will have a bit of
Once that train is full, I do technically actually have a station which will request... Ooh, no, it'll never request it.
It tries to go to steel drop-off.
Which is here. But because we've cut over to using steel ingots, the way I've got this rigged, it will never... I suppose I could...
It's just a change of priority.
Yeah, the answer is always a priority input splitter. The point is that it will... The steel ingot station will always request steel ingots when it gets low in number, which will always be converted over into plates, obviously at I think it's a 5 or a 10 to 1 ratio.
You just limit that belt so that warehouse isn't full.
Where is this? Oh, I see. Yeah.
And never stop the train from coming.
Yeah.
Because that warehouse only needs 100 in it or something. It doesn't need to be anywhere near full.
That's a good idea.
True.
I'm staring at it. Shall
yes.
I do it? Boom, like that.
No, I got it. All right. You've connected the thing, so when that... where's it gone? Rigid things. Steel plates. Not you. You is less than... Let's see, they stack to... How much do they stack to? 50?
100.
10 would probably be fine.
100.
Because
Yeah, I mean, you could set it. You could set it to any number that's less than 200, less than 25,000, and it would probably be fine.
However, we know that the more warehouses in, the worse
True.
it is for UPS.
True. Yes. Granted.
Yeah, but you've got to have a warehouse to store stuff for things go out of station.
Yeah. Yeah. So you want that there for the train to empty into, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, but for the stuff that's made out from
actually,
ingots,
you
don't
kind
care
of,
about any buffer.
You kind of don't. You could just have the train. You could have the train empty there directly into the rest of the factory, because if that's the only place that's using steel.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm not a huge fan of that.
Well, given
the extension,
given that you've also got the steel, given that you've also got the steel ingot supply as the backup for when the train clears off.
Oh, so you mean you mean
these
have the steel plate just sit there and empty out?
Yes.
Yeah, that's better.
It doesn't really matter. I'm quite happy with the system as it is. It's fine.
The wider point is if you inadvertently steal a train like that, then it can't be doing something else.
Steel train.
Yes, no pun intended. So I generically don't like a system where if you have
a general purpose train, it shouldn't get stuck up in a single place.
Yeah, you summon a train and then hold on to it theoretically indefinitely. Obviously, it wouldn't actually be indefinitely, but if something else broke somewhere, then it could be a very, very long time.
Yeah. Or if we just happen to not need a great deal of that science back because we're doing astroscience or energy science or whatever at the time.
Yeah, for the sake of one steel plate, it sits there for 5 hours. I mean, if we're not using steel plate anywhere else at all, then it really doesn't matter.
No, I
just don't like the principle.
I'm not disagreeing. I'm okay with that system.
Yeah. I suppose I could change the contaminated cosmic water to just go into a fluid train.
No, I think the system as is probably okay, to be honest. I almost think I'd rather not mess with it. At least partly because it would mean putting in another drop-off station over there, another fluid drop-off station in where there isn't really much room for it.
True. I mean, we're talking about these two space assembly machines are running so slowly.
Yeah, you're not exactly producing a lot of it. It's fine. I think it's fine. The quantities you're producing are absolutely fine. It's just we need to make sure that we don't run out of everything, because eventually it could cause a problem. Eventually, even if it isn't going to for quite a long time.
Yep.
Right, run that. Oh, too far. And I need to run a cable from there to that. Oh, goodness sake, so many things that are just slightly too far. These red cables need to be a lot longer when they're not going between, when they're just going between two buildings rather than between pylons. It makes life so much easier. Because now I just need to go via that pylon. Like that. And that's just disable. Enable the station when lube. Don't be called steel drop off. Lube is less than 1,000. That's fine. Do you say lube drop off, Tristan?
It already exists. I think it's just called lube drop.
Got it. Yeah. Right, here it comes. So pump down there, and then down here we want this one to be connected to that, which has currently got 50,000 lube in it. So we'll say pump when. Excuse me. Pump when lube is less than 20,000. Right, and let's get rid of these bits of pipe as well because they're not needed anymore. These are the pipes that we used previously when we were emptying the emptying all those lube barrels that we had left over. And I'm going to stick a pump on the output here just to keep the pressure up because currently it's only so this is only 25% full, which means this pipe is only 25% full, which reduces the amount that can flow through. It's probably not a big deal, but sticking a pump on here helps basically means this pipe will be full and then keeps the pressure up and allows us to flow more lube through here if we need to. It also pulls a little bit out of here, which is fine, I guess. It doesn't really matter. And then the train arrives and I realise I've forgotten to put a corner in there, so I'll do that as well. And now we've got 59,000 in there, and it's going to drop to maybe not much less than that. And so this is going to knock some another train because it's way over 1,000 in there. So this is now absolutely fine. We'll keep this. This will keep the bus stocked up with lube and running happily. The only other liquids on the lube is water, and that's still being pulled from this ice patch. And there is still 152,000 ice in here, so we are not having any issues with that at the moment. If and when we do later, Tristan is bringing water up, so we can bring that in with another train, which will have to eliminate some of these solar panels, but never mind. But at the moment, we've got more than enough water, so I think we're absolutely fine. Exactly, Doopy. Keeps the bus nice and lubed up, and it's much better to be full of lube than to not have quite enough and find that things scrape a bit. So, how are we doing? Well, I notice we are a little bit low on cryonite here, which makes me wonder if it's being delivered at the correct rate. We do seem to have plenty of vulcanite, which is nice. If I look at the signals on... Can I look at the signals on anything here? Yes, here we go.
Cryonite is completely backed up on Snowdrop.
Okay, there might be a problem then. Don't make the interface smaller, not bigger. We're asking for 1,000 cryonite and not being sent it. So let's go and have a look at Snowdrop. And it's probably not being sent from Snowdrop yet. It's probably just being sent from Dracket.
No, it is. It's the one that's got vulcanite heading in at the moment. Yes.
Yes.
Looking at. I'm pointing at. Cannon's off. There we go.
That won't help. Doop, there we go. There's some cryonite.
Yeah.
And
it's
some
fully
vulcanite.
set up. It's just.
And some more
Cannon
cryonite.
was disabled.
All right. Okay. So there. Yeah. Good. It's probably working. You know, while I'm here looking at this, let's check to see if all of the lanes on the bus have stuff on them. So we appear to have a shortage of trees, but I suspect that's just a lane that we haven't used yet. Quantum processors we don't have any of, but that's okay. We don't need them yet. It's just that we're aware we will soon. Radars is empty, but we don't need radars very often. I wonder there may well still actually be enough on this belt up here that it hasn't been a problem because we don't need large numbers of radars. I can't see them though. I wonder if they're the other half of this belt. Yes, they are. Okay, maybe a few more radars would be a good idea then. There's a few going down here into this machine, but I don't think that's the one that needed them. Yeah, let's ask for a few more radars, just because we have got through all of them. The thing is, I kind of don't want to fill the bus up completely with radars, because that's a lot of radars, and it just seems like a waste. But then on the other hand, I don't want to run out of them, so... Let's just ask for some like that, and then at some point in the future I'll try and remember to turn that back off again. And we'll call... however many we end up with after that, we'll call it enough. Advanced solar panels. Now, I know we're making these again. Maybe they are something that should be being delivered by train. I mean, at the moment, I think they're being put on the bus. I don't know why we've run out of them. But maybe we should sort that out. I don't know what this belt is. It's feeding back into the warehouse. Where do you come from? Where do you go? Oh, it's rail, because I was cleaning the rail up and removing it from this area. Okay. In that case, let's get rid of these. And then let's go back and find out if there's any rail in that.
Would you have an objection to me sending a train of glass up to the Space Bus resource drop station? Just I'm trying to clear out the recycling area. It'll fit in the warehouse,
I guess it's probably okay. Are we getting through much of it? It's used for pipes.
Pipes use it.
And
Buildings.
that's about it. Oh, no, mirrors. But then mirrors are being made. Mirrors for solar panels is about the only place.
If we're making solar panels, mirrors even elsewhere, can I deliver
Send it to
some
the
over there?
Astro drop instead. Astro Science
Okay.
drop off. Train top Astro Science bus drop. That one.
Yep, happy to do that. Thank you.
Okay. No problem.
Oh, this particular train has never gone anywhere.
Right. Okay.
I don't understand how it was here in the first place then.
Interestingly, we have while I'm looking at that area, we have this bit over here where we're making the mirrors and other miscellanea like that. We
I was
have a
trying to look
delivery.
at where the glass would be. Yeah,
We have
yeah,
delivery
it's fine.
cannon chests here that are accepting a few things. So there's in this area we have lithium, rare metals, sand, iridium, glass, and low density structures all being delivered by delivery cannon, which is
Yeah, we need to convert those.
needs converting basically.
Yeah, the iridium makes that sort of slightly awkward.
We
because
could do
that's
the rest of them,
difference.
but yeah.
Yeah.
But yes, the iridium is going to have to come in by spaceship from Mike Land, Mike World, whatever we call it. That hellish place. But there is this station here where we could put a solids unloader on the other side of here and just dump the solids out there, perhaps. Oh no, that might be oh no, probably be all right. Might be all right. Yeah, it won't cause a collision as long as as long as the trains don't try and wait there.
I have set your Astro Science bus drop to have a train limit of 1, just in case. So
Okay.
because otherwise, if the train comes in, it then just blocks it, and so that train.
Oh
Can't
yeah, it
leave.
would, wouldn't it? Yeah, you almost need those signals to be on the side slopes of the triangle rather than the peak of the triangle. But then I guess they
Actually.
get in the way of all of the rails. No, the belt. Sorry, for batteries and things. Makes it slightly harder to fit them in. Yeah, loads of room in that warehouse.
Just watch my material science train have to sit there and wait to go up the space elevator because there was another train, basically in the way is the wrong word, but on the track.
Passing through as well. Wow.
Yeah.
Gosh.
And as the tail of the previous one disappeared into the thing, the head of the next one appeared out the other way. So it's
Oh right, so it looks as if it went
looks
straight
like
through.
yeah, a little bit.
I can see how that would be a little bit confusing. I assume a train can be going up at the same time as another train is going down.
I honestly don't know.
And I feel that should make it cheaper.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Well, you're still putting wear on the cables.
Yeah.
True. Yeah, less energy, but equal cable wear.
Yeah.
Yep.
Tidy up memory card formatting from bus. Oh yes. So yeah, last time I stopped this area doing the memory card reformatting because it couldn't keep up, and just thought, well, let's just dump the junk data cards down here onto the what was that noise, Mike? Down this cable, down this belt down here into the normal disposal system. But that means there's now all of this stuff over here that can also be demolished if vacated. That bit, and that bit, and that bit. All of this can go, and that means this can go all the way across here. Just in the interest of, trying to keep things a little bit tidy. And all of this. And this bit will probably never get used up because they're all being taken from this side of the belt, and there's none left on that side of the belt along there. So, never mind.
Mike,
Tristan.
similar to the
Said in
question
tones of
when
mild
I
disgust.
asked Laurence, would you be upset if I dropped 600 odd rare metal ingots? Not ingots, plates in there. They look like ingots.
They are ingots. They're not. They're just called rare metal, aren't they? They're not.
600. Yeah, go for it. Oh, in there. Ooh.
Those called rare
could you
metals.
Drop
I can drop them somewhere else if you prefer.
here instead, please.
Yep, no problem.
It's quite a lot of negotiating going on here.
At the
isn't
rare
it?
metal drop station.
Tristan says, "Can you drop these off here?" And I go, "How about putting them here instead? That would feel much more comfortable." There's lube over there.
Given that my train is running flat out, it's not perfectly full because of the whole. You have one less than. Well, you have one less than one stack in one place, and therefore it's not. You know what I mean? It's been going solidly this entire stream, filling buffers basically, just topping everything up, making sure.
Are the buffers filling up overall? Are you getting to the point where it's getting? Okay, good.
Yeah.
Yes, and having iron?
Ingots or plates?
Plates.
No.
1,000 stacks of it.
No.
That sounds like we need to put in we need to wait for Mike to not be available and then put in another pass-through on one of his stations. Speaking of filling up,
I went away and had a baby, and you failed to correctly flush a belt to change over from one thing to another, and then earlier on in this stream, 2 weeks later. What was the opening conversation? Oh, one of the opening conversations. It was you've got 2 warehouses, one for ingots and one for plates. Can we get rid of one of them? So I only had to add one of them in because you cut over the belt from one thing to another thing.
However, I have some good news. In the spirit, in the mention of sort of filling up buffers and things, I can say we now have enough production science that the train has gone and the warehouse is full up to the point where it fills up to, and is now filling up the main bus backwards with it. Yes, and is a significant amount of the bus filled up as well. I'd say it's about halfway, a bit more than halfway along. So that's going really well. And yeah, the train is now parked at this end because there is sufficient of all of the things. There is energy science 1 still trying to be unloaded from it, but we don't bring that in that way anymore, so it doesn't matter. It's just an old belt that isn't doing anything. Let's get rid of that, in fact, in the interest of going around tidying everything up. So yes, this is flowing quite nicely. Get rid of that bit as well.
Mark, since Mike doesn't want to be a team player, are you happy for iron plates to turn up here? I assume you are. If I just remove the train limit on the station.
Yeah, sure.
Because you're it's the only iron plate drop station.
Yeah, it limits the chest, so you have to probably remove the red part of that. But yep.
Thank you.
While I'm going around looking to see how things are working, yeah. So there we go. We've now got plenty of this science coming down here. Even though I put in those extra machines along here to make it a bit quicker, all of those seem to be running good, and so we now have a slightly better production of the Astro Science 3s. And the train is filled up and gone. There's only like a stack and a half in here, but it's going. I'd say that's going reasonably well. Right. I feel like, what time is it? 9:30. Okay, so I feel like I've now dealt with all of the minor things that were the minor issues that had been cropping up previously. We've got rid. There's an enormous quantity of wood. Oh, we're pulling up free power areas still, I imagine.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, we've sorted out most of the minor issues. We have all of the resources up here seem to be being flowing nicely rather than being made into landfill, with the exception of rare metals, which are always being made into landfill, but so never mind. Oh, actually, they're not being made into landfill. They're just filling up the strong box at the moment. So yeah, we are getting through we are filling up buffers with all of the all the basic resources, which is quite nice. It feels like we're actually using things at about the right rate. Everything's just running nicely. And I think I need to go and get some water. So I'm going to be back in a moment, but I'll leave you watching this area tick over. Actually, let's have a look at the circuit production down here. How's that one doing? Okay, yes, we've now backed up on red circuits and green circuits. We've got oodles of both of those. So things seem to be going quite nicely. And I am very, very thirsty, so I shall be back in a moment. Please don't go anywhere.
So, chat, whilst Laurence is away, what are we going to mock him for mercilessly today? I appreciate it's kind of, a very open question and with a lot of possible answers.
Tristan, do you have an empty rail station for the main bus? Anywhere?
Are you talking Norvis or Norbit?
Norvs.
I think there's a fluid one, but I don't think there's any solid ones.
Okay.
That's better. Might be able to talk now.
Another one, it'd be awkward to squeeze it in there.
Nah.
Are you trying to? Does this need to go onto the bus? Whatever you're talking about.
No, it's just thinking about adding the electronic components as
Okay.
a drop-off to the main bus.
Yeah, I was.
We could add another set of station there and put it in from the other side.
So this is going onto the bus, you said, did you?
Yes.
If
So
it's,
the
yeah, 'cause
electronic
just going on the
doesn't need to go
space,
to
we
the
have
bus,
this
then.
one down here, but
I mean, it could go into those and then just
it
also
could.
get fed all the way up.
Yeah,
yeah.
and we have this. It could follow along with this row.
Yeah. It feels silly, but
Mm. Oh, good point. How
Yeah,
is the
never
glass
mind.
doing?
I asked.
Let's find out. We have full. We've been using glass up faster than we've been producing it. So we've gone from having 2.5, 2 and 2/3 of these full down to 1 and 1. We've gone from 2.6 to 1.8 warehouses of glass in the overflow up here. So we are using it up quicker than we're producing it at the moment. So that's a good call. And that's definitely worth checking. But no, it seems like we are actually getting through it gradually.
I am sending 50,000-ish down from space. Stone,
Oh, 50,000 stone. Okay.
which is potentially going to be turned into glass. Or other
it won't
stone
be.
products.
It'll get dropped off in the. It'll be turned into silicon, which is sort of useful.
Oh.
Although that isn't actually running at the moment because we've got enough of it. Okay.
Yeah, that'll
Is there room
be
for 50,000? There is room for
moderately
50,000,
gradual.
I think.
Oh, this is going to take time. It's yeah,
Oh, you're just
train
putting,
coming down each time it fills up.
oh, you're putting
I
it.
was
Are you
basically
sending it down in the downstream station system?
Essentially, it's got a dedicated train because it's the train that was dealing with stone previously.
Okay. Where was? Oh, is that from the recycling area?
Yeah,
Right. Okay. So it's the stone that's built up from the recycling,
yeah.
and probably won't so we won't get any more of that anymore. Okay. So that's all going to
Correct.
go in up here, which is, well, at least that means it'll all get turned into landfill.
Yeah.
Have you intentionally disabled this lot up here, Tristan?
There is only
Yes,
one
because
of
there's
those.
not a train full.
Right. Okay. So it's
Oh.
as simple as right. Okay.
Okay.
When there's a train full, all of them will enable, and the next train will go into the top one.
You do realise, the bottom two will never load from the warehouse, don't you?
Yes, that is deliberate
Okay. Cool.
because they only exist so that the train being in the top one doesn't block
Right.
any other trains
You
from
don't
going
want trains
past.
to queue. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. You didn't want. Yeah, you didn't want to use train limits for that then. Oh wait, no, that would still cause them to go.
You got log jam.
You need to disable for them to go past.
Interesting logjam down there. Or train jam.
Oh yeah, that should
Uh,
get the train should go into the second station, but it isn't. So that's
Yeah.
your it gets too far out before
It's
it can
come
work out
out.
to do.
Yeah.
One tile too far.
Hmm. Oh dear.
It's empty as well. Just for the bonus point.
Just the bonus ironing. Well, the good
Yeah.
news is the other train is about to empty now, and again, the front wagon is taking longer to empty. That's weird.
Tempted to do that.
Why?
I don't know because it was just full of stone. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it wasn't. The back one wasn't full when it came down.
Because of the balance of
Shouldn't do that.
what is it?
Oh,
So
wait. No, you just-
recycled stone take up until full.
no. Looking at this, no, I see the problem. It's this splitter here. There is a splitter for the front wagon. There isn't one for the back one. So the front one gets 1.5 belts worth of going out of it, and the top one gets
Yeah.
2.5 going out of it. Who designed this, honestly? Amateur.
I ran out of space between the rails lower down, and so I had to pair some up. But I should have basically removed the green one.
Yeah.
In fact, I might do that. Actually, what I'm thinking of doing is basically changing the output so it goes up and then comes back round and loops into them.
Right.
It'll look daft, I think, but
You could try stick it all into a warehouse. It'd be fine.
it's nothing to do with the belts.
Well, if you had a couple of warehouses there, you could have 6 unloaders. You could have 6 green unloaders loading straight into a pair of warehouses. Sorry, from each wagon.
Yeah.
So you'd have 12 of them unloading it, and it would unload in about 3 seconds flat. So
It's the fact that they're overshooting that's the annoyance.
yeah. Oh, that one jammed on the brakes really hard and made it into a different station, I think.
Yeah, and they've made
Yeah.
it into the blue one as well.
Oh, is it possible that?
That's weird.
Oh, I don't know. I'll finish the sentence, even though I think I already know the answer, having started the sentence. Is it possible that when they're loaded, as in when they have cargo, they take longer to slow down?
It is possible.
Is that an accurate statement?
I don't know. I kind of want it to be true because it would be a lovely detail, but I don't know.
I don't think it is. I don't think they've done a mass calculation. Even if it's a really, really noddy one of each stack is an extra 1% slowdown or something.
Yeah, and I wouldn't expect them to do it on anything beyond number of stacks in the train. But it would be quite cool if they did do it to that level.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Those are blank data cards. Where? Oh, there's the combat data. Okay, good. I found it. Military tech cards. That's what they're called, not combat data. Right. I'm trying to decide what. Yeah, I'm trying to decide what to do next. One of the big things I do want to do is go over and get more beryllium on Talos, because I think we're not producing it quickly enough, and Talos is sort of my responsibility. And probably do some more biter extermination over here as well, which is going to be lovely and always a joy. Where am I looking? Up here. Here we go. Yeah, because you can see the beryllium is coming through steadily, but this one, which is firing at Norvis to make the aeroframe scaffolds, is not running as fast as it might be because there just isn't enough flowing through. And if we want to upgrade to sending a spaceship over and just stick in a train and a space elevator here, that's going to be a fairly big thing to do. And also, if I do head over there, I would like to put in a very large solar array, because this place has always been a bit awkward for power, a bit short of power, because the solar isn't good enough. Did I set this one? Oh yeah, and the free power is, as we all know, terrible for UPS. So I would like to come in and get rid of all of that. Did I put nuclear? No, I didn't put nuclear on this planet. Yikes! Look at that! Look how close these sods have expanded to how close they've got to my umbrella defense.
That's awesome.
Apparently, we are currently living in peace with the biters and the umbrella defense. So that's nice.
As long as there's no pollution, you will do.
Yeah, and the umbrella defense is turned off at the moment. So yeah.
I don't know if the umbrella defense turning on would actually attract the biters.
No, nor do I.
There's a reason things like belts and power poles don't attract them. However,
there's
if
a load of turbines
they were
right next to it though, which will kick in soon.
Yeah, that would summon them.
Yes.
The other one is if they create a biter expansion party and it just happens to go that way, they'll go, oh, lunch.
Yeah. And there is a worm up here that is quite excited. It's turgid, shall we say? It's getting a bit well, look at it.
Yeah, I see it.
We could just build the weapon delivery thing.
That would probably work, yes.
Well, I do have nuclear artillery on this planet. I can lob a nuclear artillery round wherever I want. The thing is, if I drop one here, then all these biters are going to get excited. They'll probably just run up and throw themselves against these walls up here and probably be defeated.
You say that, Where's the shot
artillery
coming from?
it's further north. It's up in the main base up here.
Okay, in that case, yeah,
So-
you've got passable odds.
I'm not sure. They might just come over here and either trample or run over these solar arrays here. Maybe eat some of the substations on the way through. And then worst case, they'll get hit by a train up here and they'll attack the train.
To be honest, I think the sort of the most hilarious possible outcome here is you misjudge the distance and accidentally nuke your own umbrella defense.
yeah, that is also not impossible.
So when you take the shot, just let us all know.
I think I shall wait until I'm out there and can deal with any unfortunate fallout.
Take a spare umbrella defense. I can feel you genuinely contemplating doing that.
Yeah, it is very tempting just to drop a nuke there and try and get it in the right place, especially given how much smaller the nukes are in K2SE than they are in vanilla. I mean, in vanilla, it would take out a single nuke would take out everything. It takes out everything that's on you can get on screen in one go, basically.
Yes, you'd have to carefully aim it.
I'd have to put it over here on this nest or something. But in K2SE, it's probably putting it about here would take out all of the nests and not take out the umbrella defense. But it would rile up the biters, and they'd probably go and eat something I don't want them to. So yeah, we'll just leave them for now, I think.
I like the way that whilst talking about nuclear weaponry there, I was like, oh, you have to carefully aim it in this circumstance, as though you shouldn't normally carefully aim nuclear weaponry.
Oh yeah, normally just lob them out there and hope for the best.
Just chuck them out, it's fine.
Oh, it is Talos. Oh dear. Speaking of, no, that's somewhere else. That's a biter raid coming in at the top, or a biter something in party. Have I got pollution problems up here? Slightly. Mostly from the trains, actually. Interestingly, I think that's
it's enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll slowly drift.
And it has
ice, so there's no absorption.
Land should absorb some, but it's not a lot. Especially you've got desert and snow.
Desert and
Desert's
ice,
terrible.
yeah.
Desert's terrible. Snow's pretty grim. But fundamentally, I don't think that it technically does absorb it. I think it's more that you just basically, as it divides out between...
Yeah. It does absorb. If you look at pollution, yeah, tiles absorb.
Alright.
Okay.
I thought they didn't. I thought
but also more seriously, down the left-hand side of the main
thing.
base here, it's not the scrubbers aren't quite keeping up with the amount of pollution being produced by the beryllium processing.
Yeah, that's
so that needs a bit more.
Tiles are currently consuming just as much pollution, or virtually as much pollution as all our air purifiers. That's tiles across all our planets.
Wow.
That. Oh no, that okay. Yeah, just because we've got. When we expanded, we went to low threat or threatless planets wherever possible.
And also, that's possibly including Norbit, which probably just has tiles that absorb all the pollution instantly. So it's slightly misleading.
Does it do that?
We do have pollution in orbit. Yeah, there's pollution in orbit.
Yeah, but it clears really quickly, doesn't it? Yeah, it's basically only over the scaffolding.
Do I have any of
Yeah,
these?
it seems to dissipate almost instantly. Yeah, okay, that's...
because space.
Yeah, just get sucked off into vacuum.
This did no damage to the environment because there isn't any environment. It's just full of water and
yes,
fish.
it was towed out of the environment. Yes.
Yeah.
Is that the thing you're referencing?
Yes.
Okay, good.
The front of the ship fell off.
Yes.
It's supposed to do that.
It doesn't normally happen. I can't remember how the rest of that goes. Do I have any more roboports on this planet?
It's generally a very, very entertaining skit, and the sad thing is that it does remind me of politicians and civil servants talking about these things. Yeah, they're going,
yeah, especially things like toad. Yes, we towed it out of the environment. But
yeah. It's sort of we know that this be bad, and we know that if we don't look like we're doing something about it, doesn't matter whether we are. If we don't look like we are, then basically it's going to cause us all kinds of headaches and problems later. So we're going to say something quick to try and get people to shut up and go away.
Or it's the old. What's the saying? Something must be done. This is something, therefore this must be done.
Ah, yes, the old politician's logical fallacy. We must do something. This is something. We must do this.
I think I preferred my phrasing, but yes.
Mine was correct.
But it didn't work quite as well.
I can't help that.
I suppose, to be fair, if it's the politicians who are saying it, the chance that it's probably not going to be quite
Well,
right anyway.
I believe that was Sir Arnold and Sir Humphrey.
I could believe that. I wouldn't like to. It's the sort of thing that sounds like a Yes Minister quote, but I'm not sure.
It is, yes. It's one that every so often I send to my boss. Just a clip of it on YouTube. He goes, "Why are you not doing this thing?" I just send him that clip.
Which I'm sure always makes you popular.
He's got a good sense of humour, so yeah, it's fine. Otherwise, I wouldn't do it. It's become the sort of polite, memey way of me saying, just because this is something I could do doesn't necessarily mean it's something that I think is a good idea.
Mm.
In fairness, I will usually follow up with an explanation of there is something else further down the line planned in which will do the job better, more efficiently, whatever. So yes, this is a temporary blip.
Right, so the problem here, I think, is down to there not being enough beryllium being supplied. Beryllium beryl ore being supplied. You see, there we go. Well, that is dropping off. The train is not going off to go and get some more. So basically, the answer to the problems on this planet is more beryllium mines. Let's turn that off and turn that off so I can actually see what I'm looking at. Unfortunately, I tapped the best beryllium patches last time I was out here. Although there's a 5.8 million over there, 5.2 million there. You see, there's a 12 there and a 10 there, or 11 there and a 10 there. Those are good patches. That's 6.5. All the others seem to be single digits. I should probably do some scanning on this planet. So if nobody objects, I shall give Talos a little bit of a scan and play even more havoc with our frame rates. We've already actually looks like we've already scanned a fair amount of it, but yeah, I need a bit more. These are all fairly small. I say that because these are all fairly small blocks that are being scanned at one at a time. But yeah, so I'm going to need to go out with better weaponry, should we say? I mean, we've got the nuclear artillery, which is suitably lethal and is great at taking out essentially most of a biter nest in one go. But then you get hordes of biters running around who want to go and eat things, so that's a potential problem and a bit of an inconvenience. So probably something like what have we got that's actually good at dealing with the rank and file green biter? Do we really have anything apart from a massive clump of laser turrets?
Can I interest you in 2 medium clumps of laser turrets next to each other? Because that's about where you're at if you don't want a massive clump of laser turrets.
Yeah. So basically, we don't have any good way of dealing with them other than just using the laser turrets. Yeah. Okay. That's fine. I can sort of deal with that. We can. The Madman is suggesting the laser artillery. I think that's what he's saying. Those are not the words he used, but yeah, the railgun isn't that. I mean, the railgun is absolutely lethal and devastating against the nests, and I think the spitters. Sorry, the worms, because you can fire it through a whole line of them in one go. But I'm not sure it's quite so good against the against roaming bands of behemoth biters.
What about the biobomb?
Biobomb is pathetic. Do you mean the bloat burst weapon?
Plague bomb.
Oh, yeah. Oh, just plague the entire planet.
Just one little genocide.
And that's possible.
Or specieside? I don't suppose it is a genus. One genocide.
It's only the Telosian ones who are being completely wiped out as well. So yeah.
Yeah. One little great purge.
What's a little purge between friends?
Exactly.
Out comes the bulimic side. This scanning in circles thing does look quite cool. What's that one? That's a 6 million. 8 million up there, although it's on the bank on the shores of a lake, which is slightly awkward. There's only 4.5 million, despite being fairly large. None of these beryl patches are as big as I would like them to be. The other possibility, I suppose, is actually given if we have the spaceships up and running, the other possibility is to go out to the asteroid belts and do loads and just gather the beryl ore from there and then ship it back to Talos for processing. it's gonna be kind of bloaty and a lot of stacks to carry. But if we just put a massive spaceship full of warehouses, it's not going to be.
With your productivity, what's the beryl ore in to beryllium ingots out by stack, ideally?
I don't know. I could probably check from the production graphs.
Because you could have a train coming down with the beryl ore and then leaving with the ingots.
Yeah.
Potentially.
Right, so in the last hour, we have produced 315,000 stacks. Sorry, 315,000 barrels, which has turned into 6,700 beryllium ingots. So call it 7 to 300. That's many. That's 50 items. So 50 to 1, and the stacks are the stacks are 50 and probably 100, 50 and 100. So yeah, it's 50 to 1, and the stack size doubles. So 100 stacks of beryl become 1 stack of beryllium. Can that be right? Not including the then there's productivity. Yeah, even with the productivity modules. Can that be right? Can that actually be right? 100 stacks to 100 stacks to 1 stack. Blimey. That's a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the sort of thing that Madman loves.
Yeah. So if we bring in if we did it with space trains, that would mean 1 space train of ore would be 1 stack of beryllium ingots coming out at the other end, even with all these productivity modules. Wow.
Which means you might as well process it without productivity.
Yeah.
In the asteroid belt.
Yes. Yeah, and just swap out all of the chemical plants for biochem facilities and so on. And thermodynamics facilities for the furnaces. Jeez.
That does seem a bit unfortunate.
So beryllium, the first step of it, which takes in acid and releases water. That's the other thing. It mean other resources would need to be brought out there, but that's not the end of the world. That's a 4 to 1. The next one is a. Then we have a fluid stage, so that's 50 to 20. Wait, what? Right, 25 to 50. Then we have 8 to 8. 50 to 250. And 250 to 1. Wow. That kind of puts me off bringing it in from another planet and makes me think I might be better off just having more mines on this one. Maybe the answer is to have one of these processing facilities by each mine, so that it's just directly fed by the mine, and then has beryllium ingots coming out at the end of it. And what would we need to ship in for that to work? We'd need to transport in. There is water being brought in. There is pyroflux being brought in, and sand is brought in and out, but I think mostly in. I don't think more trains to bring it from the mines wouldn't help, because notice how this train is just sitting here like a lemon, because its mine isn't ready for it to go back out to it again yet. There isn't a mine for it to go to. All the mines are still filling up, or still filling their filling the stations up. So if we look down here, for example, this is not a train load yet. That needs to get to 160. I don't know. Where are my numbers? It needs to get 6,000 before it'll, and it has just got there. So it needs to get 6,000 before it'll summon a train. So at the moment, yeah, the mines are being kept. The mine stations are being kept basically empty. So it needs more mines or speed modules in the mining drills. Presumably putting productivity modules in the mining drills just slows them down. So that wouldn't be a particularly good way of trying to sort it. There is a nice patch there of 6 million. The electricity is a problem. However, when I go out there, the electricity will stop being a problem because I'll take a massive quantity of space scaffolding and solar panels and make it not a problem. 8 million there. That's a good patch. 6 million there. But they're all quite spread out, and there's a lot of biters around. So, 6 million. Ooh, this is a good one. There's a 17 million there, so that's definitely worth going for. But, of course, if I start trying to go out here, blowing up all the biters will get me quite a lot of attention. So I need to make sure that I'm ready to deal with that level, those sort of levels of attention. But I think the answer is going to be go after this patch, and then probably this patch as well. And these are all in the sort of the southern hemisphere, semicircle. So they're going to be comparatively easy to do, and probably, you know what? Where is the plague rocket in the research? Have we done it?
Yes.
No.
No?
No. It's a Bio 3.
Bio 4.
Sorry, Bio. Oh yeah, Bio 4. I can't read stripes. What about beam weapons? Yeah, energy beaming is a thing.
That.
We could set that going. It would take a very, very long time to kill them all, but it would work. Maybe.
And knowing your luck, it would just go straight across your factory at some point in the middle.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past it. It does require superconductive cable and processing units and airframe bulk, because there's quite a lot of extra stuff needed before we can realistically get that, though. I mean, we have researched it, but we don't have the stuff to build it. Superconducting cable, what does that take? Holmium cable and cryonite. That's not too bad. Yeah, there's a lot needed before we can make the beam weapons. What's the weapon delivery? This thing, and we could have the weapon delivery cannon. We could drop iridium pile drivers on the biters. I don't know. I've never used these. I don't know how effective they are.
We have Prod 6, by the way. We should make those for the labs.
Oh, for the labs, definitely. What are the labs on? Are the labs only on 5s at the moment?
Yeah, we've only just researched Prod 6.
Okay. I think that's probably enough Talos scanning. There we go. Yeah, so I think this is probably going to be do it the old-fashioned way. Actually, the other thought. Here's another thought. What if I made what about a better armor? So instead of that has shields and personal laser defenses in it. Because at the moment I've just got a bog standard thruster suit, which has a grid of 6x6, which is mostly full of thrusters to make me move around quickly. Because mostly I don't do combat. If I replaced it with a power armor 2, that's an 8x8. And so is the thruster suit too. What about suits? Do we have? Could we get a better suit? Oh, apparently Madman tells me that personal laser defenses suck. Great.
What was your decision about delivery cans, weapon delivery cans?
I don't know them well enough to know whether it's even worth trying them.
Well, if we don't try, then you won't know.
Yeah,
true.
I would go for it. I mean, we have
Jeremy says they don't
that's
have as
needed.
big an area of effect as a nuke, but still do decent damage to worms and biters. So, can we set them to auto and just let them leave it pounding away on the planet here? That could be a nice way of doing it, to be honest.
So if you basically we don't have holmium cables and iridium plates on Norvis, I think. So if we set up a system bringing them down,
or do we just set up the pile driver cannon in Norbit?
Yeah.
That seems possible.
At least the delivery capsule making. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So let's see what goes into a weapon delivery cannon capsule. So it is as you're saying, holmium cable, low density structure, explosives, heat shielding, near iridium plate. Now, all of those are either on or just off the bus, so that's a possibility. That's not too unmanageable. And then with the weapon delivery cannon, you can put atomic bombs in weapon delivery cannons.
It's a delivery cannon, so you have to provide the explosive.
Yeah. Or you can do iridium. Sorry, you can either put in an atomic bomb, or you can put in a heavy girder, a rocket control unit, and some explosives. or you can put in a plague rocket, which we obviously don't have yet. So we could do the Iridium pile driver. We could just use it to deliver nukes. But then if we're going to use it to deliver nukes, we might as well just use the nuclear artillery, because it's presumably going to be exactly the same bang.
Yeah, but it's auto and planet-wide.
True.
And planet-wide. Oh, there was, what's I remember, just on a semi-related note, there's a thing about pollution-generating chunks, thus using more UPS. File that one for later. We'll chat about it in a bit.
Oh, right. So we could consider. Well, we don't want to turn pollution off. That's a bit too cheaty given we're playing with biters.
No, but it's practically the one case I would reasonably consider adding another mod in if it was to stop pollution from generating additional chunks.
Oh, I see. Right. Okay.
So if you've not been there.
Yeah, it's known to be clean.
Yeah. Or
yeah.
You haven't messed it up yet. Yeah.
Yeah. So
anyway, sorry, that very much an aside. Sorry. Weapons.
Yeah. So
related to if you're going there, if you have a look at the research queue, we've got Power Armor Mark III, Energy Shield Mark III, and Insight Weapons queued up to research.
Ooh, weapons.
As the next thing.
Yeah, what are the
in case
weapons
in case that influences your decision making.
Right. So, is there any other weaponry that's worth having? Because we've looked at the standard weapons and decided they're not actually all that good. The laser artillery might be relevant, or the railgun turret. I've not used a railgun turret at all, so I don't know what either of those are like. But they might be worth. But to be honest, a sort of a little cluster of 20, 30 laser turrets does pretty well on its own.
There's a rocket turret as well, isn't there? Or have we not researched that yet?
I
may have just seen that.
Seeing a rocket.
Oh, that's in the queue. We've in the list.
Okay.
We haven't researched it.
But yeah, if I could have a personal laser, an armor Mark III with a couple of RTG Mark IIs and a load of personal laser defenses and shields and such like, so that might get to the point where going in and doing combat by hand is sort of feasible again, or at least cleaning up after dropping the nukes in, because the nukes are great for dealing with the worms. Sorry, the nests. They'll take out the nests in a decent sized area. But the worms tend to survive and the biters tend to survive. So then going in with the railgun.
On the contrary, Factorio is all about automation, so why not automate the killing?
Because you can't automate the killing of the biters. You can only automate the killing of the nests and the worms.
No, they will target the biters as well.
Yeah.
What will the delivery cannon?
Yeah,
both, I think.
Okay.
The glaive,
artillery
I
doesn't.
know. Glaive switches to biters after all the nests and worms are gone.
Right. Okay.
And I think that's the same for the other one.
The one, I think, reasonable criticism that I have of that is the same AI targeting that the spitters use, which means that if your worm walks in little circles.
Hmm.
But other than that, given that the biters tend to stand still for a while.
Yeah, it's possible. The problem is that first problem is I wouldn't trust the weapons delivery cannon with nukes firing at Talos, because there are biters quite close to stuff.
So you will need to go and do some manual clearing as well. But once you've got a sensible perimeter,
then we can start.
Let the thing, clear the rest out. Looking at the stream, that's a huge area, and unless you want to spend, with my practice estimation from when I did Kothar, 4 or 5 weeks going through clearing that all up.
Yeah, I think I certainly don't want to do that.
Turn gun on and let's do shooty.
So if you're shooting them from off planet, then they get annoyed with something that they can't get to, and so they can't path there, and so they just sort of give up.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems reasonable. I think Yeah. Okay. So I think so. Right. Let's think through this backwards. So we can't use the glaive weapon yet because that's going to need enormous quantities of beryllium to put together. And so we really want to get the beryllium supply working a bit more smoothly first, which means going out to Talos and improving things. The nuclear delivery cannon probably that could probably work. But again, needs to go out there. So I think the best thing to do is for me to head out there. Set up a space elevator and suitable solar in orbit, and then get that up and running with a suitably large supply of space elevator cable, so that it'll keep running until we can get that automated properly and all the spaceships up and running, and then certainly clean up the ones that are the biters that are in the middle of where they shouldn't be, and then think about and then get the nukes coming over. Sort of express delivery later.
It's probably worth taking a handful of laser artillery turrets with you.
Yeah, we aren't making those yet, are we? Though, so I'll need to do that. Okay.
But even if you were taking 5 of them or something, if you made them by hand, it wouldn't be the end of the world.
True. What are they like?
Because you're also going to want to figure out how you want to set your gear up. Row above, far right hand side.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have all of those things, I believe, so that isn't too difficult. Especially as you say, I'm making them by hand. Okay, yeah, I'll make some of those, and then and take some laser turrets to go in front of them. But yeah, I think the
Power Armor Mark III,
Power Armor Mark III and stuff to go in it would be useful, and having space elevator and power in space to go down the space elevator as well. So yeah, quite a lot of things to take with. But yeah, let's get started on it. NX3 says personal grid energy, use a personal nuclear reactor, not an RTG. Okay, I wonder if we've got that. That's this thing. Portable singularity. Portable fusion reactor is an energy 4. So no, we can't have that yet. We've got take it back. We've got the little one. We've got portable nuclear reactor here, which gets to a thing that produce. Wow, that's really cheap. It's a 4x4. It produces 2.4 megawatts, as opposed to compared to the RTG.
1.2 megawatts for the Mark II.
Okay, so it's much better. Why is and it's much easier to make as well. That's weird.
Consumes nuclear fuel.
And it consumes fuel. It requires nuclear fuel cells which kill you, so you can't carry extra fuel around for it. Right.
Although if you've got a shield and it's generating enough power, then it.
Okay, so the portable nuclear reactor is probably intended to be put in vehicles. Yes, madam. We've worked out the RTG2 produces half the power of the nuclear reactor 1, but it doesn't require fuel at all. Yeah, but I don't have the space and armor for 2 of those. I'll make one of these because it's really cheap, and find a nuclear fuel cell and put it in it and see how much.
You do have a 10x10 grid.
True. 2 4x4s would take up nearly half of that. Well, no, a bit less than half, but a third of it, which isn't too bad actually. But the RTGs look like they're a bit of a pain to make. Where's the RTG2 again? Here it is. To make one of those, it is apart from the RTG1, it's all stuff I can grab just by wandering around up in space. Where's the RTG1? Here it is.
Uranium fuel cells.
Uranium fuel cells again. So I still need to pick them up, but briefly while I make the thing.
And you're going to stop taking damage as soon as you start crafting it, which is a bit weird.
Yeah. Let's make one of those nuclear fuel nuclear reactor, portable nuclear reactor things, because they sound mildly interesting. And they're really, really cheap and easy to make, so why not? What was it? It was a load of red circuits, which are non-existent. Do we not have red circuits on the bus? I mean, I could believe that we've run out of them again. Oh no, they're up there, right up there.
No.
I found them.
I can't believe that.
No,
What else?
they are.
Yeah, I found them.
They're
It's
backed
okay.
up.
There we go. That one. Steel and copper. Steel. That's iron. Steel? Where is steel in this whole conglomeration? Is that it?
You're standing by the.
That's iron.
Okay.
I'm standing by the iron ingots.
They're made up at the. They're cut up at the top.
Oh. So they're probably going into here. No, or here. I cannot find steel. Feel like I'm losing the plot.
Are they that empty belt?
Probably. Which empty belt? Oh yeah, yes they are. Why is there no steel up here? Who stole the steel? I bet it was because we're not requesting. We're requesting steel plates rather than steel ingots, and that's caused it to get confused. And I never swapped it over. No, we're requesting 3,000 steel ingots.
Glass is coming through. Glass is the only thing going into the thing at the moment.
Steel. Steel. What do you? Wait for steel ingots to be less than 0. Right. Why are we not getting? That's fine over there. There must be a big pile of steel up there somewhere that's just not being counted.
Yeah, because of that. That's how the steel and copper ingots get in.
Oh? No, not anymore. Surely.
Exactly.
Oh, I see. Right. Okay. So we've presumably got a load of steel ingots in one of these warehouses.
Let's use that or something. And also,
right, and then also work out where the
yeah,
steel and okay, copper ingots are right down. Yeah. Okay, I see them. Okay.
Yeah, if you move the copper and steel up to.
Have you reprogrammed the
yes, I've done
inserters?
that.
Okay, thank you.
I'm flowing just straight through now.
Good. Feels unlikely to me that was all of the copper ingots or steel ingots. Is that warehouse is linked into everything it should be linked into, isn't it? Maybe it is all of it.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, it's linked into the logistics.
The red
That's
cable.
what I meant. Yes. Thank you. Thank you for knowing what I meant, even if I apparently didn't. Right. Let's see. So I was going to make one of these portable nuclear reactor matrons. That's running now. So these are going to need nuclear fuel cells, which we don't have, but I'm sure are you making? Are they needed for any of the sciences? Because that would be a convenient reason for them to be up here.
No, I needed just enriched uranium.
That's a shame. Uranium fuel cell is steel plate, uranium 238 and 235, and that's all. That's the only way to make it. It's used for the RTG. It's used for making radiation facilities. So maybe we do have some up here. Use the asteroid belt probe, interstellar void probe, and to be destroyed. So yeah, we are going to need them up here in some quantities, but okay, thank you.
In a really helpful place.
Let's go and grab one of those and be really, really brave and say ow, 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 ow while I'm holding it. How far up was that? Have I flown straight past it? No, yes. Scream. Back down again.
There should be uranium on the belts leading up to it. The uranium on the belts stop
Yep,
at
I see it. Okay, well, right. So, in my suit, let's get both of those. I'll get rid of and 2 of those for the time being. Put the battery there, and then we can put that there, and then I can take these out of there, put them in there. Like that. There we go. Right, I put them in without burning myself. I've got three in there now. I don't know how many I'll be able to store in total, but it's it seems to be fueled. My battery is charging up again reasonably quickly. That's not as quickly as I was sort of as quickly as I was expecting, but still.
I'm amused that we started doing a science pack that uses materials science, and so now the trash belts are just full of scrap. We were doing ones that didn't before, and they weren't. They were completely empty.
So we've managed to tease a train over, and it's now just, But I mean, the system.
I mean, that's sort of nominally what you expect, isn't it, though?
Oh yes, but it's just observing it in with some amusement that it is in fact producing the ridiculous quantities of scrap that we expect.
I've blocked the top one to put a splitter in case anyone notices it's not running and gets confused.
Okay, but to be fair, it does the material science area is not having any trouble with the amount of scrap it's producing. It's all the belts are pretty empty, so it seems to be absolutely fine.
So is that solid chunk from it being full? And from a train going, and now it's immediately caught up again.
Oh right, yes, yeah. Yes, because it runs a bit faster than it strictly needs to. Alright, so I've charged up the internal battery in my suit, and it has used almost no power out of that nuclear reactor. So I think, especially if I keep the fuel things, the portable generators with me for emergencies, this might well be okay. And once that portable armor Mark III is researched, then I can start looking into making one of those, which is probably going to require a portable armor Mark I and Mark II as well. Yep. But c'est la vie, I'll just have to deal with that.
And 25 speed module 3s and 25 efficiency module 3s.
Okay, I mean, that's okay. Those are things we can just grab.
Yeah.
Now, then my next question is, how many of these fuel cells can I fit in that armor, in that thing, in one go? And my other second question is, where did they just go? I just accidentally deleted 4 nuclear fuel cells. Oh no, they're on the floor there. I see them. The bots will have to take them away because I'm not touching them. It'll take at least 4. Right, okay, that's finished now. Let's see. So, yeah, here we go. Put power armor 3, energy control unit, speed module 3, efficiency module 3, iridium plate, power armor 2. Power armor 2 is power armor 1. So we'll start from 1, which is modular armor, which is, oh, for goodness sake. Right, so start right down here with need 40 iron plates to make the first tier of armor. Okay. Oh, I can fit 50 uranium fuel cells into my power generator doohickey. Apparently, that's quite a lot. That'll be really handy. That'll last forever. Probably won't actually last forever, but it'll feel like it does. Okay, so that's got me up to modular armor, and then to make this one, I need big electric motors and processing units. So let's take some processing units and big electric motors. Then when that's finished, I can make that one. Then I need more big electric motors. I didn't pick up enough to grab 50. Low density structures, speed 2, and I need speed and efficiency 2s, which we don't have up here. Low density structures. Speed and efficiency, so that's U. And efficiency. Where are efficiency? There. There are no efficiency modules up here. They've not made it yet. Why not? For goodness sake.
Efficiency. What number efficiency?
Efficiency 1. I put a train into that was supposed to be getting them. I think it might just be the train's not full yet. I'll check it out.
Oh, did we cut them over to efficiency 3 ages back?
I found a place. I found where they were being made in Module City, and I put in a train that's supposed to be bringing them down, but it's apparently not working. So I need to check why not.
Okay.
Oh, they're on. They've made it down this far. They're on the belt. They've made it up to here. They have been past... Oh! That's a problem.
Hmm?
Yeah, that won't help.
Oh yeah, that that'll do it. Oh dear.
Although, notably, the light on it is still red. Oh, that's because there's no train here. When the train comes back down, it'll go green. Yeah, it's quite likely that riding a train down the elevator would be a faster way of doing all this, but oh well. The problem needs to be fixed for whichever science pack it was that takes them. So I'll do that anyway. What's going on here? Oh, we're bricking everything. Marc is in fact bricking it, quite literally. Where it is the entire world.
Not the entire world. Not yet.
That's next stream's job. Yeah.
One brick at a time. Oh well, these are actually...
By the way, now that
Places,
we
so
have
it's not too bad.
fixed the red circuit production via the electronic components, the coal is not longer an issue at the core processing.
Excellent.
Is that because we're making lots and lots of plastic for the red circuits and the components,
Yeah,
do you think?
I assume so.
Right. Okay, good.
But we have an overflow facility here, ready for some time now. But it just basically didn't run at once.
Oh, I see. Nice.
Is that set up with trains so it only does anything when there's too much?
No, it will get the overflow from the core processing via belt, and the pickup station hasn't been set up yet. So we could switch over, but for now it just uses the overflow.
Yeah, seems reasonable.
Every time I look at the warehouses of shame, I get slightly more horrified.
Are they filling up with wood? Oh, actually, no, they'll be filling up with gas generators and stuff like that, won't they? From the free power deconstruction.
I mean, they got about 4 bajillion. One of them's got about 4 bajillion efficiency 1 modules in it. 2.2k. 4 bajillion. 2.2.
That's
free power.
That's a Marc problem because you are not recycling them in your module setting.
Yeah, probably. In fairness, I tend to build my builds with the assumption that people aren't going to just sort of randomly chuck things at a logistics system and hope for the best. Which is, admittedly, that's on me. I mean, you know.
Yeah, this is all coming from the deconstruction of the free power system because that has a load of efficiency speed modules in it. So.
In fairness, is slightly different. Yeah, absolutely.
It's not just people being untidy. It's deconstruction is happening.
Yep.
So here come those really modules. That's good.
Is to go to where's Module City gone? Oh, it's ages. Oh, it's months since I looked at it. Where has it gone? There it is.
You've got a bus station alert, Tristan, by the way.
Okay, thank you. I hadn't noticed.
No problem.
There's efficiency. What I should really do is slap down that.
There we go. Now this one should be triggering, so the train should leave. There we go.
And that.
And I should try and make sure I get ready to snatch those out of the trains that comes past, because otherwise they'll just disappear down the bus, never to be seen again. Right, I have now made my my modular armor. Great. That is worse than what I already have, but never mind. You give me those. Let's take 2 stacks actually, just in case. Right, so now I can make a power armor Mark 1. And then to make power armor Mark 2, I'm going to need speed module 2s, efficiency module 2s in significant quantities. So speed module 2 means small electric motors and green circuits and batteries. Green circuits and batteries are down here somewhere probably. This is getting to the point where it might honestly have been easier to go back down to Norvis to get them. Where are the batteries? Oh, there they are. Right, so now I can hopefully make a What am I missing for those efficiency modules? Those modules. Oh, hang on. How many did I need? 25. Okay. That's going to be a lot more of everything that goes into those then. Small electric motors. I'm not sure why I'm trying to handcraft this. It does seem a little excessive, but I seem to be. Still more of everything for these. What am I missing specifically? Small circuits, some small motors, greens, and batteries. Straight up power armor? Nope, still not. Oh, I need to wait for all these to finish. Right, so while that's running, let's go off and do, well, anything else. I should probably...
Have you worked out what gear you want, what stuff you're wanting inside it?
No.
Shields and laser
Not
defenses?
yet. I'm going to try and work towards it slightly gradually, I think. What I do need to do is load up the Misfortune with everything I could possibly want. Or at least put down... Let's put down a blue chest here somewhere. Am I in? That's that. There we go. Put down a blue chest over here where it is actually in the orange area, and then start thinking about stuff that I want to take with me. A blue chest might not be big enough. Let's actually put down something bigger. Just put down a blue warehouse because that's something we'll probably have. So there's going to be a lot of solar. And all the bits and pieces that go with it. A lot of well, actually, I could just copy a big chunk of this solar up here and say yes, I would like all of this, please. Where is the? It's going to be about there, isn't it? That's as far as the thing will reach out. So let's say that, and I would also like to have tiles. That in there where it's safe for now. Yes, actually, good point. The ship is in the logistics area, so I could swap this for a blue warehouse. In fact, that's a good idea. Let's do that. If we have any blue warehouses, which I'm kind of doubting, given the fact that nothing's been placed there. No, we don't have any blue warehouses. I can put some blue chests in it, I suppose. That'll have to do. Somewhere. Across the bottom of here, that'll do. So, solar. Space elevator plus massive quantities of cable. How much solar did I grab then? I don't know. It's going to be further out, so it's going to be a lot less. I could request a blue warehouse from Norvis. That's a good point. Come on, bots. Here they come. Right. You and you. Yes, you. And you. How do I... It's like that, isn't it? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so that's 380 solar panels. And how much do they generate here? How much do they generate here is the first question. 1.9 megawatts each. So 1.9 times 380 is about 700. 700 megawatts. It's not going to be quite as much out as far as Talos. We've gone from Norvis orbit, which is 466%, to Talos orbit, which is 247. So it's about half. So instead of being, it'll be about 350 megawatts. Currently, Talos is using. Let's see how much power Talos is currently using, or currently wanting to use. Okay, so I'm going to need 4 times that at least, maybe 3 times will get us what we've got at the moment. So let's say 5 times that to be safe. So down here, multiply all of these things by 5. 32, 64, 70, 80. That is an easier multiply by 5. 6.3 thousand is that. Oh, a bot just blew up. This is the problem with bots. This is the problem with carrying the stuff at reasonable distance. Might gather that by 80, 60,000, 30,000, 40,000. It's not all going to fit in here, of course. That's the problem. This is why this should have been a warehouse. And then 308. It's basically 400, so call it 2,000. Yeah, this is not remotely going to fit in here. And I'm going to lose so many bots trying to get all the stuff over. You can see why I'm not a huge fan of the logistics system for this sort of thing. It's flying the stuff over a bit too long a distance, and so all the bots are exploding. And it's not going to fit in the ship anyway. It's not going to fit in the storage box anyway. So, yeah, it's not great. However, oh no, I'm still making those modules. I was going to say I can come over here and start grabbing the stuff out of here and putting it into the into here instead. Like this, and we'll keep an eye on the numbers of the things in here and try and get on with it. Yeah, I could replace the warehouse 36 chests, but the problem is there isn't enough room in one of these. So what I actually should have done is copied the request across all of them and made it into had 5 of them. In fact, let's do that. Let's do this a slightly more sensible way. Let's get the logistics manager and that, and then get this again. Put it into that. I said, take this. Oh, what do you mean inventory's full? No, it's not. My inventory is not full. It should. Hey, what is that complaining about? Let's move this around. Okay, you cannot insert space platform. Okay, fair enough. What I'm trying to do is take this out and put it onto here. Why is that not working? Why can't I take a blueprint out of my inventory? Why is that failing? I can take this one out, that's fine. Why is that blueprint being weird? That's fine. That's being weird as well. What's going on here? Why can I not use these things?
What happens if you press 4?
Nothing. It's not in my inventory anymore. My first question is, where has it gone? My second is, if it's in my hotbar, why can I not use it? Oh, can I only use it from satellite view? Oh, right, okay. Oh, right, gotcha. That makes a sort of sense. It's still stupid, but I sort of at least I kind of understand it now. So I can do that. And I can copy that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and let's have a 6th one just for luck. There we go. Made it in sat view, so I can only get it in sat view. Yeah, I do kind of understand. I still think it's a bit silly, but I understand. Well, losing a lot of bots doing this. This might have been a mistake due to the sort of sheer quantity of bot loss we're going to get through with it. Anyway, let's leave that running and try not to think about the robots so much. Yeah, it's knowing the way these things normally are in space exploration. It's probably an engine limitation, and he hasn't been able to get around it. So that's the most likely thing. So I'm also what else, Mike? What else to say I was going to need? I was going to need a space elevator. I'm going to need a massive quantity of space elevator cable. I'm going to need to be able to move when I try and fly. There we go. Ooh, something. Oh, that's probably a bot crashing again over there as well. Right, so over here we are making the satellite cable, so I can grab some from here. How much we... got in here? 960. Can anyone remember how much cable it took to build the cable down to Norvis?
It's like 1,200 and something, if I remember rightly.
Yeah, I think so. Hello, Mark.
Okay.
Hello.
I was thinking about stuff and suddenly,
Suddenly
the floor
Mark.
was being painted underneath me.
Oh, I see. Hooray, I can make a Power Armor Mark II. That's a good start. Hooray, I can't have no frames. Hello, Mark. Well, these get made pretty quick. Oh, no, they don't. Right, I've got about 900 of them now, so that's probably going to be enough to build the cable on Talos, because it's a smaller planet, but I'm also going to need a lot more to keep it running for an appropriate amount of time. Yes, but I need to take a lot more than I need, because it's going to be a while until we get the spaceships up and running properly. Okay, so that's energy for that's making the energy for space. That's the what's the name to bring it down? The
A bot crashed here and done damage, and potentially contaminated one of the lines.
Is it contaminated?
I can't just see any contamination. I'm just saying potentially.
I don't think they're allowed to
So-
contaminate lines, but I'm not certain about that.
I thought they were.
I'm not.
Although
I'm
if
not
the line
sure.
is full, then it can't. But anyway.
It'd be quite nice in a way if they could, because it mean you'd have an actual bit of a penalty for blowing up your bots all the time. I accept that's going to cause screams of dismay and howls of anguish from chat, but it could be interesting. Oh yes, rail. That was the next thing I was going to want. So I'm going to need a load of space rail. And that's another bot blowing up there. Oh yes, and an actual elevator. That's a very good point. It would be a little bit tricky if I didn't remember to bring one of those. I don't think we're making these automatically. No, we're not. I'm going to need to make something that build elevators then, I think, because we are going to need them in non-zero quantities. So I'll request that. Yes, thank you. The elevator itself is an excellent shout. That's a big pile of broken bots over there. So, let's see. Signals would be good. I've got a load of signals, so let's put those in here now, just so they're there and somewhere safe. We've got a load of pylons.
That is a serious flood of bots carrying trees.
Yeah. Just making it nice and beautiful.
By making it nice and beautiful, you mean you're just pulling all the trees up?
Yeah, partly.
Mark hates trees. I've packed enough scaffolding for the I packed enough scaffolding for the solar. I haven't packed extra though. That's a good fair point. Let's order another 1,000, which isn't a huge amount, but it's probably going to be well, it might be. I don't intend to build a great deal in space apart from the power generation. So we'll bring that over. I think that's everything that's going to be needed. Oh, we're going to need a space train, at least one space train. So that's going to be a locomotive. All right, we'll have 5 just because that's a number, and some wagons. Let's have 10. We'll build one decently sized space train out of that to bring the supplies up to Talbot. Talbot. Didn't they make cars at one point?
I genuinely don't remember.
Oh
Before
dear,
my time.
Yeah, before mine really. But okay, 6,300 is too many scaffoldings to go in one of these things. That's a problem.
I'm going to have to head off in 15 minutes, just under, because I'm still basically looking after small children in well, hopefully all the way through into the morning, but in reality probably sometime in the early hours of the morning as well.
Who trusts you with small children?
Yeah.
Okay.
Genuine conversation I had with my wife and mother-in-law today. There's a whole load of backstory to it, but the punchline is that there was a certain amount of the only requirement that you have to pass to be made responsible for a small child is basically leads to the practical exam.
Yeah.
To put it bluntly. The hospital tries to get you out as quick as possible for a range of reasons, some good, some not so good. And then you're just sort of sent on your way and left to deal with it.
Mm.
And like, yes, technically there is support available, in fairness. But if you're not actively showing signs of
Needing it.
basically being mind-bendingly incompetent, then you don't get the support.
So you're getting quite a lot of support then?
Oh, yeah. Thousands of them.
Thousands of supports. Space scaffolding everywhere.
Yep.
Crashed bots.
Exactly.
Oh, dear. I feel really bad about this, blowing up all these bots. I should probably have just flown the... I should have flown the Misfortune over and just loaded it up by hand. It'd have been a lot quicker and easier.
You were against using logistics bots and blue chests.
I'm against using them for supply for production of things. I've always said that logistic bots are great for supplying the player and supplying you and supplying basically a construction train or something like this for going off and doing a mission. This is exactly what they're for. The problem is that they've been made slightly less good in space exploration, and so I probably should have compensated for that by going over and getting the stuff myself. So yeah, I mean, yes, my fault, but yeah.
Yes, my fault, but
4,800. It's still not going to be bringing enough, even with all of these requests. Oh dear. Oh well. Maybe I should have done this differently. Anyway, yeah, in fact, I definitely should have done this differently for many, many reasons. So what do I need here? I need speed module 3, efficiency module 3, iridium plate, and the weird things. That, madman, is because you're a sociopath. Basically. At least when it comes to bots. Or maybe a psychopath, I don't know. Whatever it is enjoys killing. What was it I needed? Iridium plates. Oh yeah, and the these things that are made in the machine right all the way up at the top here that I forgot the name of. And there's 4 of them in the box. That's not enough. But I can stand here. Yes, I can stand here and grab them. How many did I need? 25. Oh, God. Apparently I have 31 of them now. Okay, excellent. Hey, now that's not fair. I try to keep my soldiers alive. Just because I'm not very good at it doesn't mean it's very different to deliberately killing them. What's going on here? Oh, that's iron, not iridium. What's that hill? I'm sort of assuming there's going to be iridium on this bus system somewhere. Yeah, oop, that looks like it. What? Oh, I see. I don't really want to grab it off the belt because I'll grab lots of other stuff that I don't really want, like that. Actually, those turrets are going to be useful. I think I don't regret getting those. Right, and then I need the various modules as well. Oh yeah, pylons is a good shout. In fact, probably coming up with a new design for potentially coming up with a new design for beryllium processing might be a good idea. Although I don't know, it depends what sort of modules we feel we want to use for general module purposes. It's already a tier 3, tier 3 module build. Do we want to go any higher than that for just generic normal builds? Deathly silence from the
I thought you were talking to chat.
Oh no.
No, I think tier 3 modules
3 seems
for
to be,
now is reasonable.
That's sort of what I've been
Tier
leaning
3,
towards,
yeah. Otherwise, it's just sort of... Whilst, yes, technically all resources are free because core mining, yada, yada, yada.
It's yeah, I know, there's a time cost, I know. That's usually my line.
And free is a very relativistic measure.
Yeah. Yeah, anything that comes from core mining costs time, so I think that's perfectly valid. Oh, it's a tier 2 build at the moment actually. I'll upgrade this then to get tier 3 modules in the whole thing. Oh, and it's an old-fashioned beacons as well. Okay, so I shall upgrade this to tier 3 productivity and speed modules throughout, and wide area beacons, and take all the necessary stuff out to do that. And that will... It's not going to make an enormous difference, to be honest, because presumably instead of getting productivity boost of 18% out of these, we'll get an extra sort of 3%, and then maybe 5% out of these ones. But it'll help a little bit. It'll make the systems a little bit smaller. It'll mean I'll be able to cram a few more of them in. It'll use more power, which is unfortunate, but oh well. I can always come back and bring more power in if I need to. Yeah, that extra sort of 5 or 10%. It'll probably be about 10% once it's gone through all the stages. An extra 10% boost will be quite a good idea. Oh, big pylons for the power systems. That might be easier, to be honest. Yeah, I've just been copying the ones that we were using up top. But yeah, rebuilding this design around tier 3 modules I think would be a good idea, and bigger and wide area beacons, and I can just pull the whole thing up and redo it. There were quite a lot of other things we were talking about, like the big laser turrets and so on. But let's see, we'll one step at a time, I think. Let's go and stand over here and change my clothes. Nobody look, I'm getting changed. So I need to empty this first, and that's starting to hurt, which is unfortunate. But I can take that out there, put that on, open that up, everything in it. There we go. If that could stop, I was going to say if that could stop hurting, I would appreciate it. But I see I need to put those in there first. I'll take those back out again. Right. Unfortunately, now I don't have a life support system because this is power armor and therefore doesn't include it. I do have a jetpack, so I can fly, but I'm pretty sure that in a moment it's going to realise that there we go. I don't have any air supply, so I need a life support thing, one of these, which is I need pipe apparently for that, which is more iron. More iron than I have.
Does that work if you're using power armor instead of the other one?
I'm not certain. I'm about to find out. Steel down here. Iron even here. Here? Can't see the iron. I know it's there somewhere. There it is, in that one. Yeah, find out the hard way, or the interesting way. Still, hang on. What goes into iron pipes? Why am I not able to make those? It's iron plates, right? Okay. Why was it not making those automatically for me when I said, "Here, make this thing"? Pipes are not a difficult thing to make. There we go. Oh, cannot be crafted by hand. Oh, that's why. Made in a life support facility. Fine. That's a fair point, actually. I should keep the thrust. I should have the thruster suit for in space, and then the other suit for when I'm not in space. That's probably a better way to do it, actually. So let's have a look in here. So we'll take out these jetpacks because I kind of still need them. We'll leave that in there, and we'll find out whether taking that off and putting it in my inventory hurts, and it doesn't. Excellent. So put that back on again. We'll look in this armor. I'll put everything in there. Yeah, there we go. That's lovely. That's a good point. Let's use the power armor for when we go onto the planet, and then this one for when we're up in space. I seem to have a spare umbrella defense in my pockets for some reason. That's an interesting thing to be carrying around. Chuck those in there. There we go. Right, so that's powering me back up again. Okay, we are basically back to normal. I've got, but except that I now have this power armor, and I need to make a load of stuff to go in it, and decide what that's going to be. So it's going to be a lot of jetpack equipment. I'm getting a little bit bored of making things in my pockets, though. Maybe I should be making higher tier jetpacks, to be honest. Because it's presumably still... produces thruster 3, thruster 2, thruster 1. Okay, and how big is it? Where's the size? 2x2. So they're all the same size. It just produces 3 times as much thrust. So let's go for that one. And I'm out of steel. Again. Jetpacks. Where's the jetpacks? There's the jetpacks. So if I make 4 of those, then I can make one of these, which is also aeroframe poles. I'll go and get some of those in a minute. Okay, so this is going to allow me to fly around much more quickly. I might even upgrade all of my jetpacks to these ones. Yeah, it's not a bad idea just having an armor that's just full of jetpacks. Well, jetpacks and a roboport, and then if you have a roboport, you're also going to need a power for it. And at that point, you basically have. Basically, I think I want to upgrade all of these to the tier 3s. And then that'll be okay for just beetling around in space because we've got the power probably enough power coming from these. Since these burn fuel, I assume they don't use power. That's fine. These can produce the power to run the roboport. This will be enough for doing stuff in space, and then I can arm the other one much better for doing stuff on the ground and getting in trouble. Yes, tier 2s are literally twice the thrust. Tier 3s are 3 times the thrust of tier 1. So it's not yet. I think I might as well make the tier 3s just because I see no real reason not to at this stage. The resources for all of that are pretty cheap. Aeroframe poles are not down here. Aeroframe poles are up this way. This is turning into the part of Factorio that I'm slightly less interested in, where I go around doing things rather than building things and just getting the bots to get on with it. So seem to be doing a lot of handcrafting at the moment, which I sort of apologise.
The bit of Factorio you don't like, the doing things.
Yeah, the doing things by hand rather than putting down blueprints and building stuff to go in my pockets is rather than just building up massive areas of factory. Yes.
I'm saying nothing.
That's because you're running out of ways to misinterpret what I said.
It's because it's time for me to go to bed.
I think it might be time for me to go to bed as well, to be honest. Someone commented earlier that I seem to be running out of coherence. Have some more water, see if that helps.
Running out of. Right, I am, however, going to call it that. Is it alright if I just make a save game? It's been a while since I did that.
I don't know, I might slow it down a bit.
Which is why I ask.
Yeah, I think it's probably fine. We're not doing anything too drastic at the moment. I should make some adaptive armors as well if I'm going to go start doing combat-y stuff. Oh, that was pretty quick, actually.
Tristan?
Hello.
Would you have a look at the blueprint sandbox for Slab?
Yep.
I'm going to head off there then, chaps. Thank you very much for the game. And
I'd say always a pleasure, but, you know. Yep.
Yep, I'll catch you when I catch you. Bye, chat. Have a good one. Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
And if you would do it, think twice about it, if not more. Alright, see you later.
Cheers. Bye.
Yep.
That looks entertainingly similar to my liquids transfer system. But with a chest in the middle of it. But yeah.
Yeah, I think it...
Yeah.
Yeah, just seeing that you added the red circuit one, and just... I don't know.
Only thing I would say about it is that it won't fit with our current space trains.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, right.
They're
Oh,
1, 2, 1.
Yeah, okay, but that's easily adaptable.
Yeah. Yeah, just remove the bottom belts.
Yeah.
Or the top ones if you really
insist. The other ones. Oh, yeah, if you're going to move the station down.
Oh, is that gonna? That might. Oh, that would. Yeah, that'll work as long as you get the station in the right place.
Yeah.
Also, that's the wrong way around. There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems fine.
I feel like that takes up a load more space, but it takes up space differently.
Yeah, exactly. The other one seemed so long. I just had to give it a try to come up with something.
What
else.
other one is there an alternative that's been being
where
made
all
on
the fluids are?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Yes, I do know what that looks like. Although I'll produce it so chat can have a look. Yeah. This sort of thing along here is indeed quite long.
Why is that turning up again? Oh, maybe it's.
Purple belt unloading. Wow. I
Oh,
suppose
that's what
the sheer size of stacks of advanced circuit or circuits in general, it kind of makes sense to have a rather the fastest belt you can to unload the trains. Are we still having throughput issues with the red circuits for the memory card production? Then?
Yeah, this one hasn't gone up yet.
Okay.
I'm just dealing with fueling it. At the top.
We're short of now. Oh, low density structures. Damn it. Oh, actually, since I've just made some more advanced thrusters, let's get rid of these and put in some better ones. See how much difference this makes. That does feel a lot faster, I have to say. That's quite satisfying. Speed. Speed. Donk. Where have all the low density structures gone? I didn't use that many.
Yeah, so east-west, width-wise, it's like 3 stations of my design for 2 of yours. But takes up a lot of more vertical space.
Yes.
Where are low density structures coming from? Here, I think.
We might. We don't quite have the height at the moment.
We are not having low density structures delivered. Why not?
Yeah, this is one of those. In hindsight, if we had the design, if we had the idea of exactly what we were going to do in advance, I would have suggested, the elevator down and left a chunk.
That's the wrong thing.
Yeah. Give things more space and design more like yours.
Hindsight.
Yeah.
Low density structures. Where are low density? Struggling to find them in the list, but yeah, we. Oh, down there, minus 7,000. So we should be asking for loads and loads of low density structures. Are they just not getting up to here? Are they? Yeah, they're not here. Where are the low density structures?
Here.
The station's full of them. The station where they're being made is full.
Yep.
But they don't seem to be. Where you pinged? Yeah. Oh yeah. I found them there. They just don't seem to be going. They don't seem to be being picked up. Tristan, did you break the low density structure station?
We have the notification for that, and I got distracted with other stuff.
Tristan, I need those.
Where's the station for that? Thank you.
Can't get the staff. It's because you're doing your station rebuilds in an inefficient way. You can tweak it over so that the station carries on running. It just doesn't keep all of the stuff in the main in the 4 warehouses. It just dumps straight into the main one.
That is a substantially more awkward and fiddly thing. Whereas with this, it's just I do that, and then I just paste in that, and it's all done.
I'm not sure. I don't think it's quite as fiddly as you're implying, but yeah, it's probably is slightly more effort. But it does mean that when you forget to finish it, it gets finished.
Yeah, that is the idea behind the alarm.
Yeah, it just doesn't work.
When getting distracted with other things.
Yeah. All these. Oh, right. That's still Marc's deforestation going on. Mike is going to come back and complain even more about the warehouses of shame.
Oh yeah, they are still dumping into that. I've only got 92k wood in the logistics storage system.
Oh, was that all? That's not so bad then. I was worried it was going to be more than that.
To be fair, most of it is from the greenhouse. Greenhouses.
Yeah. We may or may not get through it. Who knows? All right. I think it's probably a good point to call it an end of the stream. I think because it is getting fairly late, and I'm aware that I've not really done very much in the last part of this. I've just been sort of watching things being built, and trying to make myself some armor and some jetpack stuff and so on. Most of which I probably should have been automating. So. Is the Muppetry actually fun, or is it just sort of I don't know. I reckon that as I start to get sort of to the tiredness of where it's probably about time I stop streaming, that I just don't talk as much, or at least when I do talk, I tend to trip over my tongue a fair amount, and it's just not as good. It's less good content. At least that's the impression, the feeling I get from it. If you actually enjoy it, then great. I'll maybe I should be tired more often. What's going on? Why is it? Oh yeah, okay. So right, we've got the low density structures flowing again now, so we can try and how much are we getting here? About 3,000. No, the train's still unloading, but it's got another 2,600 in it. So it's going to take at least 2 of these trains before we have enough up in space again. So we're going to have the space train is going to be rather busy, but it's going to be about 10 minutes until that's flowed all the way down the belt and we actually start getting it through. So. In the meantime, yes, I think that's probably a good time to stop. Do you two agree?
The red circuit train is about to take its first trip up to make Marc happy.
Nice.
Gosh. Did you use the frame rate? It looks like the belts are flowing the wrong way.
I was about to say that.
Yeah, exactly.
I see. Hang on, what's going on there?
It's going to take a while to fill that up. I say a while. I mean it's 40% full now, but
yeah, I was thinking the 2 purple belts was going to be plenty. I might nudge the warehouse up a bit and have another one to each of them.
Ideally, you want to nudge it over one to the left, but yeah. It's,
why? Because then I want to nudge one over to the right.
Oh yeah, no, never mind. Yes, you could have it. You could have a wiggle in the gap in the middle.
That doubles the number of undergrounds, which is expensive, but yeah, it'd be doable anyway.
Well, actually, no. You could have it pop up here and then go off sideways.
Yeah, true. I could also probably move the warehouse up to something like here, and just have the underground belt stretch that distance.
Yeah, how far? Oh yeah, okay. Yes, probably. Maybe that's how you should be doing the solid transfer. Just then you actually, yeah, you could have. Oh, that's a thought. You could have a second station going up above the rails along here, and then because you're using purple belts, you could put the warehouses even further up, and then have second set of space train stations underneath the ones you put in, and there would be enough distance, especially if you offset them. It would be absolutely fine. Did that make any sense?
Oh, right. I think I have worked out what you were saying.
Oh,
I got distracted and fixing the train while you were partway through. Ooh, why has that not come out?
I was wondering that. It stopped. Oh, it's come out now. Maybe there's another train in the way.
Maybe.
Yes. There was another train coming along the main line, I think, and so because there aren't any signals between between where the elevator and the main line, it stopped coming.
Oh right, it was your train that was stopped halfway, was it?
No, mine came out after the red circuit train.
Okay, I couldn't see one in the way of the.
I did see a train going across on the top. The top main line, and so I'm guessing that's probably what caused it to stop.
It should unload reasonably quickly.
Reasonably quickly, yeah. Not doing too badly. One of your belts appears to have a gap in it. There we go.
Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah, I had to put scaffolding down for that.
I suspected that was probably the reason.
Geez, are the bots being heavily used up here? No, I deconstructed these belts a while ago. Oh, no, Unless you're going further back.
I was going to say they're probably miles away because they've done a job miles away and gone into the into a robot port on the other side of the world or something.
No, it's someone's marked the old ones for deconstruction.
Okay.
Which I was leaving there in case more come up for a bit. At least for the next train.
Was it was still a problem, was it? So we effectively now have one bringing up the substrates and one bringing up red circuits, and having one train doing both of those was still actually genuinely not enough.
So the one train was doing the other stuff as well, so the copper, the sulfur. But yeah.
Okay. Wow.
Now, to be fair, that one was being supplied from the bus, and so was that blue belt rate, which may have been more of what the problem actually was.
Yeah, that's true. If you're trying to have three space belts coming in here, then that one blue belt going in, especially as it's shared with other stuff, would I could see that being a problem.
Someone doesn't like holes in the scaffolding.
Amusingly, the person who doesn't like holes in the scaffolding, has left that hole, the one they just filled in.
I wonder who we might be talking about.
I have this sort of suspicion that we're going to be making these memory cards significantly faster than we need them now.
Oh yeah.
But I suppose there's no harm in having a bit of infrastructure that isn't really being used. It doesn't really matter.
It's
been a problem for quite a lot.
Low.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
And now there's only 64 stacks in the warehouses at the moment, so a train can't come yet.
And it is waiting to head over. And that is now a fair flood coming out.
Yep. It's
not quite because of the gap. It's not quite a solid belt. It's 3/4.
I think that's buffers filling up.
I think it's 3 red belts coming in.
Yeah, the missing red belt. Yeah.
It's on its way now.
Had 5 stacks have gone in there since I looked a moment ago. Wow. Yeah, and in theory, we shouldn't need all that many memory cards most of the time. It's just we'll get through a trickle of them when we're doing research. It's just those big buffers that need to be filled up, like when somebody decides they're doing the next tier up of science packs, and then you need about 2.
Given the rate we're
8,
producing
about
now,
16,000.
Do we want to drop the limit down to basically
1.5 train loads? Yeah.
Yeah.
It says 20k at the moment. What's the train load is 50 times 5,000.
Yeah. So 6, 7, 8,000.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, because we don't need a built buffer so much. We just need a supply available.
Yeah. And we are going to have a buffer of red circuits.
Oh, so. Thank you for the perfect splits, much appreciated. It's up to 14 out of my sort of admittedly slightly arbitrary goal of 20. So thank you very much.
Oh, second train.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Why is
the train is just going to go back and forth?
Why is there not a full belt coming out now? Is there? I thought the whole...
the red belts.
We've got the full belts of the red circuits coming in. We've got full belts of substrates going in.
It kind of looks like less is coming out.
Are we overfilling?
Contaminated cosmic water.
Okay. Fair enough. I expanded the processing for that when last time I expanded the memory card production, but it's obviously insufficient for these sort of needs. To be honest, given the way it's going to be working in an extremely bursty way, we could just whack a massive tank in there and let it sort of build up and then deal with it, and then build up and deal with it. Yeah, there are only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 machines doing it. Now we're about to be 8 and probably 9 in a moment. I want some. Be careful with the pipes across the top, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, just there is fine, I assume.
There's actually fewer stacks in there than than there were last time I looked now. So clearly a train has been and gone. Yeah, sticking a tank in there like that will work quite well, because there's a pump just a little bit further around the corner that'll suck the contaminated stuff out. Yeah, I think that's fine. I'm actually interested to see if once this gets up to another train load of like memory cards done, then whether the train comes back again immediately. I suspect it probably will, because I'm sure there's going to be a few buffers that need to be filled up. Ooh, what's getting destroyed? Kothar is getting walls are getting eaten again. No, that's fine. That's what they're there for.
The train will always come back immediately. It's
just true. It's whether it goes again. Yeah, good point.
You're already up to 30.
Oh, I can see the full belts of processed memory, polished memory card substrates coming through now.
Nice.
These machines are ridiculously quick. Yeah, virtually full, true. And then now a virtually full belt of decent memory.
That's because of the scrap.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah,
pretty much a solid belt. Now it is a solid belt. Well, no, not quite.
Not quite. Basically. It's very, very close, though.
Close enough to consider a solid belt.
Yeah, good enough. It's interesting, sort of watching it building up and then getting pulled, and then sort of getting pulled through when there's a little bit of a gap on the other side. It's yeah, interesting.
Mm.
Right, so 40 stacks. Right. Well, I'm trying to remember what else I've been doing this stream, and whether there's anything else I need to just try and finish off. So I can make 11 of the Mark 1 adaptive armors on just the random stuff I have in my pockets. Low density structures. Have we got some of those again now? Yes, we have. Let's have a couple of stacks of those, please. And try and remember what it was I was building. Oh, it's that one.
To bring the rough data storage substrate up here in a separate turn as well.
That's probably going to basically cause the other train to run constantly, so it might not be necessary.
Okay.
So that one has been keeping up, but we'll
see.
Yeah, that's a slightly, and it's the same quantities. No, the belts are stopping, so presumably smaller quantities.
Wow.
I'm not sure.
I'm now able to make an adaptive armor Mark IV with just sort of grabbing stuff off the belts. That's quite nice.
Nice.
I still can't make the life support equipment Mark 1, but because that needs to be made in the life support facility. But I think we've decided I'm not going to bother. I'll have two separate armors, one for wandering around in space, and one for wandering around on planet side.
Have you made laser artillery?
No, not yet. I think that's going to be a next week thing.
Also, have you specifically decided on adaptive armor rather than shield generators?
Yes. Basically, as far as I remember, the advantages they take. I think they're tougher, but they recharge more slowly. So that's 4. So at the moment, what we've got, it's got a toughness of 2 and recharge speed of 10, and this one's a toughness of 500 and recharge speed of 200. Oh, okay, there's a huge difference then. The energy shield is much better. But I have a feeling. I remember. I don't know if this is actually true, but I remember hearing somewhere that there was the energy shield and thruster suits, as in flying armor, don't really work well together. I don't know if that's actually true, but I definitely heard it somewhere.
So energy draws a lot more power.
Yeah, that's what Madman is saying. There's shields are super power hungry and will just drain your batteries basically, which is seems reasonable. Personal sniper laser defense, as opposed to personal submachine laser defense. I think
was Mike using the sniper defense thing.
I
feel like it was.
I don't know. I'm sure there are aeroframe poles again. Let's go and get some aeroframe poles.
I think the train's been and gone again. Because we're at 30 stacks again.
Oh, right. Madman says the shields eat literally megawatts of power. So yeah, I think the given that I don't intend to be doing particularly heavy combat, although you say that and then it'll probably happen. Actually, if I'm not intending to do heavy combat, then that probably mean that shields in theory would be the better one to go for, because I wouldn't be spending time charging them up, because I would just have them, and they'd always be charged because I wouldn't need to worry about it. But I suspect that's not going to be the case. Probably make some batteries, given that everything he's saying is but by the way, then it also uses a load of power and massive quantities of battery.
There are big
power.
personal battery Mark
Yeah, I'm just
IIs.
looking at that. Let's fly rather than walking across railway lines with my eyes closed. So what's that need? Holmium cables. Okay. Whoop. Here they are. Here are holmium cables. Let's have a couple of them then. I think I'm not really planning to do much in the way of combat at this stage. It's more sort of for when things inevitably go wrong, because they will. I've
now we've run out of cosmic water.
Oh, for goodness sake! Need to recycle it more quickly.
Yep, I'm working on that.
So is it all just gone into that big tank you put in?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so we don't want to just.
Yeah. And to be honest, it will calm down a bit fairly soon, I think. Oh, actually, yeah, that tank probably is probably a bad idea, come to think of it, because there might not be enough buffer space to store it all once it's been cleaned. That could cause problems. What was I thinking? I have completely lost track of what I was thinking.
So, pump this out of that then, and
Yep.
Yeah, pump it out of that and then demolish it when you can.
Yeah.
The mod for that, yep.
Right, so I'm making batteries now. Okay. Well, let's open up the power. Oh, okay, there we go. So I can put this. That is the power armor 3. So we'll give that a couple of these jetpacks like that, and the adaptive armor wherever that is. There it is. I have so much spare space in this now. It's ridiculous. I don't know what else I need in here. But there's going to be the batteries once they're made. But and probably laser defenses. This is crazy. So much space, so much room for activities. I just don't know what to do with it all. Yeah. Right. I said half an hour ago that it was time to stop, so I think I'm going to repeat that again now. So I think and actually mean it this time. So as always, thank you everyone for watching. I hope you've enjoyed the stream. We will be back the same time next week, of course, for more of this. I shall personally be back on Wednesday, when I shall be starting XCOM 2 again, because everything went horribly wrong. Basically, I bit off significantly more than I could chew, and need to start playing again on a slightly more. With slightly friendlier slightly more gentle options, and ease myself into it, because I've not really played the game much before. So I should be doing that. Please come along and join me. If you haven't submitted a soldier yet, now would be a good time to do so, because it's a whole new run. Therefore, new room for new soldiers all the way through. So yes, please send over your soldier submissions, and we'll add them to the roster. And then what else is happening? So tomorrow there will be a video for so there'll be last week's supporter video tomorrow for non-supporters, because you get them a week later, of course. And unfortunately I haven't had time to make a new video for this week. I've got a big project that I'm quite excited about that I'm working on, but it's taken quite a lot of effort, because it's something different that I've not done before. So it's taking a lot of thought, and is melting my brain a little bit. But I'll get there eventually, and then hopefully that should be a really good video. But I will still be back on Wednesday for the XCOM stream, and back at the weekend for Friday and Saturday for the normal update videos for Factorio, to let you know how things have been going on. Oh, Arcospheres, yeah. Well, we decided we're going to make Marc do those because everyone else has tried them before. So,
Mike.
sorry, Mike even. Mike do that. Marc is going to do the spaceships. Mike is going to do the Arcospheres. There we go. That's what I meant. Because in an attempt to let people do things they've not really done before. So that could be interesting. Yes, we should be fun. So yeah, we'll get there eventually. Yeah, Mike has probably seen my video, so he should be fine. No, we're delegating it to Mike. Do keep up. Right, so as ever, thank you very much for watching. I'm going to go to bed now because I'm tired and it's late. I shall see you next time. So, as always, thank you for watching and goodbye.
Bye, chat.
Bye.